Previously on Castle Run. In the midst of the party's journey into the South Green to reconcile with Atticus's past, they reached a crossroads in No Blossom Falls when Peren chose to confront elements of his own history. After a bargain was made with an entity in a place between realms, Peren disappeared, and the party found themselves on the edge of catastrophe as the world they knew threatened to unravel. Acting quickly, Fauna brought powerful magic to bear, summoning the realm of Dusk to contain the damage, and undertaking her own journey to the house that waits there in a liminal space between day and night. As utter ruin draws closer, the group prepares for a conflict that will determine which of these two possible worlds survive. You ready, Aaliyah?
Yep.
Cool. Let's do it. Okay. And we're back with Castle Run a little bit earlier than we usually would because we're doing an extra special session today. I think this is the first time we've ever had the voiceover recap intro in the beginning, so there's no setup, which means we're going to get right into it. Fauna,
Maybe I should have listened to the recap.
Maybe you should listen to the recap because now you don't.
No,
get
I think I know what's happening.
But I will say, we're actually starting in a flashback. Fauna, you're about 12 years old. Back in the Evewood Covens. And usually the night is a time when peace reigns in the Evewood Covens. Not that it's not peaceful during the day, but there is a special hush and protection that descends over the coven during those nighttime hours. I think Fauna would have some grasp on why this happens. You're at an age old enough now where not only are you beginning to learn magic, you're also beginning to learn things that are of particular importance to witches. One of those things being the witching hour. In this particular case, though, it is less a set time and more a different hour, depending on the witch. And for Nerlith, hers happens right around 3 o'clock in the morning. So kind of in the dead of night, right before those early hours of the dawn. It is usually when the coven feels the most peaceful and the most safe. Tonight, however, something has woken you up. It's dark outside. You hear an occasional kind of like as you lay there in your bed, you hear an occasional owl or nocturnal bird flutter by the window. From downstairs, though, you hear a voice. Two voices, in fact. There seems to be some kind of conversation happening. Go ahead and roll me a perception check.
Starting out strong. That was a 2 on the die.
Okay.
Luckily, it's a 10 total because I have hella perception.
Okay. On a 10, you hear. You can't. It's hard to make out. You definitely hear. It is a conversation. There's definitely two voices down there. You can't make out the other one. The one that you can make out, you hear the voice of Nerlith, your coven mother, speaking to someone down below in the main hall. Do you stay in bed, or do you go to investigate?
Definitely go investigate.
Cool. Are you trying to sneak down there? You want to give me a stealth check, or?
Yeah. Wait, how old? Sorry, how old am I again? What did?
I think you're about 12 years old.
Okay, yeah. Um, you know, sneaking through the house late at night,
Yeah.
I feel like is a thing everybody has done and can relate to. And Fauna definitely would try to sneak closer to overhear what was going on.
The cat, even though the cat is still asleep, the cat was your familiar by age 12 already. So you do get to make the stealth check with advantage on your way down.
Ooh, it was a 19 and then a nat 20 on the second roll. 23 total.
Okay.
Stealthiest anyone has ever
The
been.
quietest little fauna. You make your way down the stairs. You have memorized every little floorboard in this place. You know which ones creak, where the house settles. You make it to the bottom of the stairs. Nerlith does not hear you coming. Even you only got a 10 of it, but on a nat 20 stealth, you're able to get close enough. Ooh, this is a big deal. As you get to the bottom of the stairs and you make your way down the hall, you know, the main room in the Coven is this enormous, just vaulted wooden room. The center of this thing kind of being built in the heart of a tree. You know, the Coven itself expands far outside the tree, but the hall itself is carved up, and so much so into the tree. By magical means, the tree is still alive, still growing, but the ceiling of this thing goes far, far up into this enormous trunk. You come around the massive opening into the main room, creeping. Nerlith doesn't hear you, and her back is facing towards you. You hear her speak. It is better that they remain apart. I understand why you give the counsel that you do, but in my heart, I know it is wrong. Fauna, you hear the other voice respond, but there's no one else in the room. Only Nerlith. You are weak and afraid. They should be raised together. Do you fear their power? I don't fear their power. And I do not think that the wisdom of caution is fear or weakness. Then you have forgotten much. Mother of the Evewood. Even now, in your hour, she approaches you And you see there's a small gasp from Nerlith, and Nerlith spins around on her heels and looks at you. Fauna, what are you doing up?
I heard voices, so I wanted to see what's going on. Who are you talking to?
It. Coven matters. My dear one. Don't let them concern you. It is far too late an hour for... I'm sorry, you caught me off guard. Would you like some tea?
Yeah, I mean, I always want tea. But eventually you're going to have to trust me with important things. I'm almost an adult.
Nerlith nods. The movement of her hand, you see her reach down to a small table nearby, put tea leaves into the cup, pass the hand over, and steam begins to rise. She hands it to you. Pine, a little bit of lemon balm. She does the same for herself. It's difficult, to watch someone you've raised from such a wee thing. I'm sorry. You are becoming an adult. It's convenient you're up now. I know I've spoken to you a little before of that time, a witch's hour. Perhaps it is no coincidence that you are here now, awake during mine. For witches, Fauna, the way that we gather our magic, our power from the world, it comes to us not because we demand it or we wrest it from the grasp of someone to take it for ourselves. It comes because we are open to it. And often it comes to us in greater strength when we need it most. For me, this hour now, the darkest part of the night, just before the sun rises, there was a time in my life when I needed strength in that hour. Rarely does a witch choose her hour, Fauna. It is generally the hour that chooses them. One day, you will know your hour, and in that time, a strength will come to you that now you can hardly imagine. For your sake, I hope it is a brighter hour than mine. And she puts her hand on your shoulder. She just kind of looks there with you out. There's this massive window in that main room. And you just kind of look out on the night. The time that you've spent here has been some of the happiest of my life, little one. no matter what happens, always know you have a home in the Evewood. She's going to give you a little hug as you look out. Go ahead if you want to and give me an insight check.
Pen.
Okay.
Back to the 2 on the die.
Yeah. On a 10, you feel her, Nerlith was very clear with you. Your consciousness and intelligence came about at a very early age, along with self-awareness. Being a witch, it came to you significantly sooner than most children. And as soon as Nerlith felt you were able to comprehend the ideas, she was very clear with you about the fact that she wasn't your mother, that you had come to her delivered in the dead of night from a friend. And obviously now, given the memories that you have, you know that friend would be Peren, because you do, having the curse having been broken, you remember that time of your life as well.
But at this point in this flashback, I wouldn't remember that, right?
Yeah. But on 10, that's all you get. You feel love, affection, trust. You feel safe here. And Nerlith allows you to finish your tea and then sends you back to bed. And we catch back up to where you are now. Fauna, when you took your first steps in that small space just behind the waterfall in No Blossom Falls and begin to walk the path to the House of Dusk, Cletus on one side, a few steps behind you, the cat on your other. Every step you took, the noise of the falls behind you quickly fading. You are on a path, canyon walls close on either side. Each time your foot makes contact with the ground, you see almost this surface above the soft green grass that you're walking on. It's almost like another nearly invisible layer over top of the grass, but every time your foot steps on it, you see a small blush of golden light. And as you make your way down this path, the canyon begins to open up into a much wider space. You are looking out on a green field. The sky is on fire with a sun that has just set, but there's still those deep oranges in the sky, purples. In the east behind you, there's those first little stars starting to show up, and the sky is beginning to grow to a deep shade of purple. And the light in this place, golden, just like your footsteps. And in the distance, a lake in front of it, so that even the ground too is reflecting the beauty in the sky above. You see an enormous white manor laid out. huge front double doors, towers, 3 or 4 that rise up from this house. It's massive. Every window in it lit with that fiery crepuscular light that happens right after the sun goes down. From behind you, you hear a sharp intake of breath from Cletus. I'm going to roll something for him right now. Okay. That is pretty good. Go ahead and give me an insight check.
Oh. 14?
Okay.
Did I so I heard Cletus make the noise?
Yeah, just a sharp little intake of breath. Do you turn around to look at him? He's just looking out at the fields. Wow. I had no idea this place is beautiful.
I had no idea either. I mean, I've never been here before, but yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm assuming we head to the house. Just up
Think
there.
so. I mean, we need to find Peren, and I guess that's as good of a place to start as any.
Well,
Do you think we should just walk up to the door and knock?
I mean, you're the one in charge of this little expedition.
I don't, it's
I'll
a
follow
weird,
you.
weird feeling. I mean, I've never really been in charge of anything before. What if I make the wrong choice?
I'll be in charge. The cat says, looking up at you.
Oh, oh yeah, good.
Yeah,
Cats always know what they want.
yeah. I'm pretty sure I want to go in that house.
Okay. Cat
Okay.
says, let's go into the house.
Uh, Actually, I might want some fish first. Do you think there's any fish?
Okay,
In that,
no, never mind.
like,
You're not in charge anymore.
okay, you
You
do what
you
you
had
want
your
to do.
turn.
I'm gonna go do what I want to do. I think I want some
Okay,
fish.
but just stay close, okay?
Yeah. Okay. And you see the
You can
cat.
check out the moat or the pond or whatever on the way, but don't get too far off.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm sure it's pretty easy for me to catch fish. They're really stupid.
Unless they're the magical ones, but just try not to
What?
catch any of those right now. Never mind. Don't worry about it.
Okay. The cat is going to pad off to the lake. Fauna, you and Cletus approach the front door to the House of Dusk. Go ahead and give me a perception check as you draw closer to it.
25?
Okay.
Is there any kind of like doorbell or
No doorbell.
some
As
way
you were
to
getting,
announce our presence?
I think before you even start drawing close to that, one of the things that you notice on that 25 is in this space, there is, like, again, you got a pretty good layout when you kind of the path widened out into that field. As you sort of come down into this space where the house is, though, or rather, I shouldn't say down, as you sort of like rise up, you see that in the distance past the house, kind of like your view of it had been blocked before, but there is a edge, almost like a cliff. And beyond that, you see, there's this wide gap, yawning chasm, like you can't really see the bottom of it, but that's just because of your angle. Maybe there's a bottom. On the far side, there's this space in this realm where the light changes. It is dark. You see clouds lit with flashes of lightning. You just kind of stay confined up here in the sky. It's dark, and there is a winding path that leads up to a tall black tower, and you're quite a ways away from it. Like, it's, I mean, significantly more so than the house. But it is almost like you were looking at this chunk of land or space within another, and you can almost see it degrading or falling apart. Pieces of the tower break off and slowly rise up into the air, and in the same way, portions of the ground that it sits on are breaking off and much slower than they should be, just kind of falling into the gap between the field where the house lies and then beyond. The 25 perception check is good enough, I think, too, that you don't need to make an Arcana check in this space. You knew that what you were doing when you felt the world splitting, when you felt something being undone by the decision that Peren made, you confined that for as long as you could. You know, you summoned the realm of Dusk here to confine what was happening. And you can see the physical evidence of that now in this space, as whatever world or whatever thing that you contained here is slowly beginning to encroach on the realm of Dusk.
So do I get the sense that the tower is like where Perrin would be more than the
More than
actual
the
house?
You get a sense
I mean,
that
I feel like I've heard them
yeah,
talk about a tower a
yeah,
lot.
you got
I
a
feel like I would be
25,
like,
yeah, on perception. I think that your idea is that Perrin could be there, but give me, oh God, what? I'm going to call this an insight check, actually, to sort of read your intuition on this thing.
10. I
Okay.
literally could only roll a 2
On a 10,
or
I
a
mean,
really high number. Those are
yeah,
the
like
options.
you think that they have talked about a tower a lot. There's a weird, ominous tower. This whole thing is going on. It makes sense. You can't
Feeling.
pinpoint Perrin, though. Yeah, you don't feel like if he's in the tower, if he's at this point, though, you've approached close enough to the house. Actually, there's no need to look for a doorbell or a way to knock, because as you approach close to the house, the doors open, and you see, framed in the entryway to this magnificent house, you see a woman. Taller than you, taller than Nerlith even. Black with this, like, just beautiful, like, huge, I mean, essentially like an afro, just like teased hair that is massive and dark. She has these piercing brown eyes, and just kind of wearing, it is immediately easy to tell she carries herself with an air that, like, this is her, not just her house, but her realm. And on her shoulder, you see this beautiful bird of paradise, but with dust colors. So oranges, purples, and
Wait, like bird of paradise, like the flower, or an actual bird
no,
of
like an
paradise?
actual bird of paradise.
Okay, just making sure.
Yeah, yeah, perched on her shoulder. And as she opens the doors to you and looks out, Fauna of the Evewood, your presence is expected, and your retinue most welcome. She bows deeply to you and steps to the side allowing for you and Cletus to enter.
Um, thank you. I didn't even know I was coming here. How did you know I was coming here?
Let's just say I was forewarned.
Sure.
You can go ahead and give me an insight check.
That makes about as much sense as any of the rest of this, so why not? That's gonna be 27.
Oh my god. 27 is
I tell you, I
very,
could either roll a 2 or a really high
very
number. That's
good.
all I'm rolling.
Okay, fantastic. On that 22, or sorry, 27, you look at her. God, I'm going to give you more than an emotion. Like, you just intuitively know. There were a few times in your relationship with Nerlith that Nerlith spoke of an old flame, of a lover that she'd taken that was a powerful witch. She never mentioned who this witch was or where they came from or where they had gone or even why things ended.
So mysterious all the time.
So mysterious all the time. The way that this witch is looking at you, and the familiar, you immediately know this is her. This is her. This is the witch that Nerlith had spoken of a few times.
Did Nerilith ever tell me your name?
She did not. I think as you enter into the place, which rises, forgive me. I know your name, but I have not introduced myself. I am Amor Savine, the caretaker to the House of Dusk. And this over here is Matisse, as she nods to the bird on her shoulder.
It's really nice to meet you. I think I've heard Nerilith talk about you before.
Probably didn't talk about me a lot, though, did she?
I mean, a couple times, but
Yeah. Well,
oh, and I'm sorry, this is Cletus and this is the cat. And cat paws off the bird, okay?
yeah, that's fine. I'm still busy trying to catch these fish. You see, as the cat just has its tail kind of dipped into the surface of the lake, and he's wagging it back and forth, or flicking it. Wagging is what a dog does. Cat's definitely flicking it.
Sure.
Cletus gives a deep bow. Cletus, I don't think you have to make an insight check. Cletus feels totally out of his depth right now. Like the most significant relationship he's had to magic before is his relationship with Atticus and the Phoenix family, and sort of what he's come into contact with because of that. This is like the rules of like hospitality and hosting, like all of that when it comes to magic and witches. He's just sort of like he is clammed up. Amora invites you in, right in that
Sorry,
entryway.
can you spell it for
Yeah,
me?
Amora, and then the
Amora,
last,
okay.
yeah, Amora, and then the last name is Savine, Savine.
Okay.
But she's not going to expect you to remember that.
Well, I will now because I wrote it down.
And then the bird's name is Matisse, Miti,
Matisse, right.
or Metis. Amora invites you into the space. She gestures to the sitting room, and there's these beautiful windows that just look out on that dusky light. But you can see through the windows because it's facing in that direction. You can also see that tower and that dark space that is slowly encroaching on this realm. Amora looks to you. Now, you have to understand. I expected this. I'm not upset. But I am assuming all that out there is your doing.
I think so. I mean, I'm kind of new to literally everything outside of, my house in the Evewood, but I'm trying to find someone, something bad happened, and I think I needed to stop it from happening to the whole world, if that makes sense. So I think I somehow did this.
Yes, well, Nerelith kept a lot of secrets. Which is
From me too.
understandable for a powerful witch. Not really my style. So I'm going to be frank with you here, Fauna. I'd love to tell you that you have a choice, that there are multiple paths you could walk, and to a certain extent there are. By summoning this realm here, you've already made a very significant choice, and one that I imagine Nerelith didn't warn you about.
She didn't warn me about a lot of things.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean,
Can,
honestly, I don't think she ever expected that I would leave the Coven and the Evewood, but circumstances change and I'm just doing my best without a lot of guidance, to be frank. And all she told me was to come here and find that House of Dusk and the Dusk Chalice and
you see that Amora reaches over to a table that when you sat there, you didn't notice a table sitting there, but now all of a sudden there just is a table and a chalice that is...
Cletus is just like, oh,
Cletus is fully just everything, just kind of mouth agape, like has not sat down on any of the furniture yet, is just sort of standing there awkwardly in the doorway. The cat has kind of like come into the house, fish in his mouth, kind of, and it just like drops it flopping in the entryway and starts to just kind of like tear it up. Amora holds up this chalice. Simple, almost like a goblet, made of brass. It is polished so well, though, that in this sitting room space, the way that the light is coming in, it catches that dusky light and almost looks fiery in her hand. She hands it to you.
oh, that was easier than I thought. This is it?
Well,
There's
it
not like some
is...
kind of trials and tribulations or something that we have to go through?
Yeah. Talking about it that way would make it sound like it. Your coven, it was lost, right?
Yeah.
It is customary when a witch binds herself to a new coven to seal that. With a drink. I'll be honest with you, there's nothing special about this chalice, Fauna. But the fact that you have come here, that you have summoned the realm of Dusk, did Nerlith ever speak to you of a witch's hour?
Yeah, I remember her talking to me once about it.
Well, welcome to your hour, Fauna. As is the case in a time of need, it would appear your hour has chosen you. And without a coven to witness the christening of the hour, well, it's unconventional. You're here in my house, in this realm. I'm happy to bear witness to this. Can you tell me, you're a witch of abjuration, of protection, right?
Yes.
Are there those right now that you wish to protect?
Most definitely. That's why I'm here.
Then perhaps, as much as I'm willing to bear witness, perhaps in the process of this ceremony, hold them in your heart and bind them to yourself. I think, unconventional as it may be, a witch can find a new coven, not of other witches, but of loved ones. Does this seem suitable to you?
Yes, I do think I have found that. But why did Nerlith send me? Did she know this was to be my hour? If you know who I am, then you know about my situation. I feel like she thought this might help in some way.
Amora's gonna look up to your horns and then back at you. I know precious little of your curse. Only that Nerlith didn't know how to break it. She set up protections as long as you stayed within the bounds of the Evewood. I don't know if she's spoken to you of what could happen the further that you go from those places of protection. I can only assume if the events are coming to pass that have been foretold, you'll find out for yourself fairly soon what the curse entails. I'm sorry, I wish I could give you more.
What's been foretold?
I'm not a seer. It's a witch's job to learn what they can. That if there are paths the world that the world can take, which are better, that lead to things which are brighter and more beautiful, then at least for some of us witches, we are bound to see that path through. All I know is that in the best version of this world, you would eventually wind up here, and I was to bear witness.
Okay, well, let's do it, I guess.
Fauna, as you raise this cup to your lips, what are the thoughts, or what is the thought that you have that binds you not just to this hour, but to the people you care about?
I think she would definitely be thinking about Peren first and foremost, because not only be missing, but also just clearly is a hot ass mess and needs protection like all the time.
Yeah.
Um, but also I think she would take Cletus's hand um to have sort of a physical link to the rest of the group as well. And she would maybe, you know, Perrin's at the top of her mind, but also she would definitely be thinking about everyone that has taken her in and accepted her without question, really, and helped her and protected her and cared for her in their own, each in their own special way, on the journey so far. I think she's been through a lot that she clearly never thought that she would ever go through in her life, living such a
Yeah.
sheltered life growing up in the Evewood. But I think also she can't imagine now having gone through those things with anyone else. And while she is very still devastated about losing her coven, I mean, they were her family for so long, she definitely feels like she has, through everything that's happened, discovered a new family. And that's gone a long way to helping her get through everything that she's been through. It's a lot of
Yeah.
trauma for
Yeah.
everybody.
Yeah. Um, you reach out to take Cletus's hand. He offers his, takes it. This is crazy. I mean, it's a lot.
Yeah, welcome to my life, Cletus.
Yeah,
Sorry.
no, it's okay. I'm glad to be here.
I'm glad you're here too.
Give me, as you take, give me an Arcana check.
8.
Yeah, it tingles. You see a little, like, not quite a blush, but there's like some electricity that kind of lights up in Cletus's eyes when he takes your hand. You raise the cup, holding these memories and these thoughts in your heart. See, having left the fish and patted over to you, the cat is nearby on the couch, curled up, purring. in this space, it's odd, when you look at the cat, you see the cat less as like your cat and almost more as a totem in this place, like a cat that represents all cats. And there's no, I mean, he's just got done devouring a fish. There's no fish smell, like, you know, that it's can kind of be unpleasant right after a cat eats. Instead, it is almost like cedar and black licorice. There's this rich, just smell emanating from the cat that reminds you of those crepuscular hours, that time where cats also thrive. In the little light left after the sun sets, before it grows dark and the night descends. Fun as you take your drink in this space, you are filled with not just the light that surrounds you, but the very idea of dusk. You feel the romance of it, the light of it, the wonder that a child feels kind of in that last little hour before bedtime, and all the activities that they try and fit in. And I think in this moment that you realize dusk is the time when the natural world shows you that change can be beautiful. And as that power fills you in this space, you feel at home here in a way that you have not felt since the Evewood. But you also feel a prick, a pain, something wrong and out of place. The event that you've contained in this realm, something has to be done about it. Amora looks at you. It's done. Your hour has been chosen, Fauna. What will you do with the power offered to you now?
Thank you for your hospitality and your help and information. But we have to go. I'm so sorry to drink and run, but that castle, something is wrong there and it's my
Oh,
fault.
yeah, it's bad.
Thanks. Thanks for that.
Yeah,
I already know.
yeah. I mean, okay. Well, good luck.
Will I see you again?
Well, we're sisters of the same hour now, so I'm sure I will.
You've already done more than enough for me, but do you have anything that might be useful on our journey? I left the Evewood with not a lot, and I could use any help I could get.
Um, you see Amora nods under her breath, mutters an incantation into her hand, looking at you. She leans across, gives you a kiss on the forehead. And then looks at you. Matisse will guide you where you need to go. I hope to see you soon. It is going to, I think that you will already be at, you're already at full hit points, right? I mean, essentially she's
Yeah,
giving
I
you
think
the
so.
effects of a long rest. So any spells that you've used would be recovered in this moment too. And she's also going to throw blessing on there, which will basically kick in. It's going to give you an extra D4 on any saving throw that you're going to make. But that will extend for the entire hour of dusk, a little bit longer than it usually would.
Sorry, can you say that one more time? What
Yeah,
die?
you get to add an extra D4 to any saving throw. The doors open. Matisse takes flight from Amora's shoulder and begins to head out the door. The cat looks up at you. Are we going?
Yeah, let's go. And Fauna turns back one more time to her and just gives her a little nod and thank you again. And then, come on, Cletus.
Yeah, all right. Let's go. You head out. Okay, and then we're gonna go ahead and bring Peren's screen up in the. Let me know when Peren's up in the overlay. Just go ahead and give me a thumbs up. Perfect. Okay. Okay. Let me look at my notes real quick. Outstanding. Peren. We are back about 20 years or so in the Evewood. This is a few months before the incident and the curse, where you, at least for the time being, lost Flora, and for a long time after that forgot both her and Fauna. You are out in the paths in the Evewood, Flora and Fauna following behind you. It is a pretty typical summer afternoon. And it's what your life has looked like for the last few years since bringing the twins to this place. A lot of their time they spend there, at least mornings usually, and nights in the coven as Nerlith begins to teach them how to be witches. The inherent ties to magic in them are incredibly powerful. And I think even at this young age, they are so much more intelligent and aware than you would expect any child of their age to be. Both Fauna and Flora are following close behind you. What is Peren up to with them today?
Let's call it like mushroom gathering, something like that. I think Peren likes the crossover of like collecting together nature resources, and he knows that that's both necessary for them and also something he's very good at.
Yeah. Perfect. Go ahead and make me a little survival check, and we'll say with advantage because of Flora and Fauna's help.
Ooh, immediate nat 20.
Okay.
So 24 total. All right, so
Beautiful.
if you see those mushrooms over there, those ones are poisonous, right? So when you pick them, you're gonna not touch them, right? So you gotta... Wait, no. So don't pick them. Actually, you know what? Don't pick those ones, I think is the better... Yeah, leave those ones.
Flora's
pick 'em?
Flora's gonna lean into you, Fauna. I wanna pick them.
Yeah, I think he said pick 'em.
On the other side, Peren leans in and he's like, yeah, no, you should definitely pick them. Just be super careful and don't touch them. Use a leaf, okay?
Okay.
Yeah, but don't tell Peren that I said that.
Yeah, don't tell Peren.
And Peren chuckles as he kind of walks away and pulls like a giant mushroom off of a tree and he's like carving it off.
He's so funny. You go about the foraging. In this moment, Peren, give me a perception check.
Oh, we know how this is gonna go.
So high.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I rolled another nat 20, but like, I feel like I didn't roll it enough. I feel like I just like picked it up and it just landed.
And it just
like you just
hey,
kind of flip it out of your hand.
The dice are telling
Yeah.
a story here.
Yeah, I mean, this is a memory, so it's not. I think it's all right.
I say that specifically because roll it on a perception check, rolling a nat 20 for me in a flashback, I'm like, I don't even need that. Like, that's not important.
Yeah.
I'll re-roll it. I'll roll anything because it doesn't matter. It's still going to be high. But I did just roll it twice in a row.
It's beautiful. Pernus, you are going about all of this, you know. Fun funny, you tend to stick close together, but sometimes Flora will get a little distracted. She's definitely a daydreamer, and is the most likely one of the two of you just sort of like wander off into the woods and need some finding, or at least it will take time until she comes back. On a nat 20 perception check, Peren, you look around and realize like, is Fauna gathering up mushrooms right now?
Hell yeah.
Okay. You have so many. Flora's nowhere to be seen. But Peren, you look around, you don't see her anywhere. But you do hear her small little voice singing out from... She's out of view somewhere, flitting between trees, but she's close enough that you can still hear the voice. And you hear a song. And it's familiar. It is not something that you have heard in... God, at this point, like what? Well over 200 years. The last time you heard this song, you were about 8 years old. Because it was the song that your mother used to sing to you. It's in a little 4-year-old voice, though. Hold on.
Peren's gonna kind of cut through the trees and
Yeah.
step back and try to keep eyes on where Fauna is picking, but try to get a better angle on where Flora is.
You pretty quickly see it empties into a glade. Flora is just sitting there, picking at little pieces of grass absent-mindedly. Um, and you hear the song now in this space as she sings. In a greening wood on a winding path, I find myself at peace. When you, my dear, I know no fear in the grandeur of your company. Oh. Hey.
I don't think those are mushrooms, are they?
No. Sorry. I just have this song stuck in my head. It's hard to pay
Yeah,
attention to mushrooms.
It's a pretty song. Where did you hear that?
I dreamed it.
You
Well-
dreamed it.
There was a lady in my dreams who sang it to me.
When you were in the cabin asleep? Or were you in the Evewood?
Yeah. She sang the song a lot. It's probably mostly when I'm in the cabins. When Fauna and I come to stay.
Yeah, I've heard that song before. It's interesting. I'm glad that she's singing it to you. What does she look like?
She's really pretty and she's really nice. She has these big brown eyes and long dark hair, and she smiles really big, and her ears look like yours. And oh, she says she's your mom.
Well, dreams are weird things, They feel like a lot of things can be said. But, yeah, no, my mom's been gone a long time, and I don't think she comes in dreams.
Flora is going to get up and walk over to you. And take your hand. Fawn, I don't know if you've come over to this space now that Peren has wandered over here too. If you have, you
No.
would definitely. Okay, cool. You're still just.
She's
gathering
just
mushrooms.
really into her mushrooms. I don't
Perfect.
think she's paying attention.
I feel like Fauna's definitely the overachiever of the two.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Like her
She's
bag is full, and she has a whole second stack of mushrooms ready to go
Yeah,
because
yeah.
she
And also
knows that
she's,
Flora's not going to get in.
She's also definitely the one that's doing the rule, following the rules and doing the thing and not wandering off.
Yeah. Flora comes over to you, Peren, and she takes your hand and she looks up at you, and there is a seriousness that seems so much older than a child like this should be able to convey. She looks up into your eyes. She says that she walked the wild path so you could run.
These are familiar terms, at least to
Yeah,
Peren at this point.
wild path. Yeah, is the way that you take. Yeah, to get to the Feywilds.
Well, I guess we're gonna have to have a talk with Uncle Orchestris about the stories that he's telling you too, and he's gonna go ahead and pick her up and put her on his shoulders, in a very familiar, kind of pick up pattern, something they're both used to, and he's gonna start walking back over to Fauna. It's okay to have these dreams. You're not in trouble, but These are some big person problems, and I don't want you thinking about wild paths, okay?
Okay.
The only wild path we need to worry about is the overgrown one going out to the woodpile because somebody has not been doing their chores.
It was Fauna.
Is that so? Fauna hasn't
What?
been doing your chores? What an
do you-
interesting concept you have.
Don't try to blame stuff on me. I don't even know what you're talking about.
I don't want to clean it.
Ooh, yeah, see, that's the problem, though, is because it still does need done. So, tell you what, how about we do it together, and then, guess what we get to have?
Hey.
All of these mushrooms, and with the broth that I started this morning. Do you know, Fauna?
Cake?
No, not cake.
But I want cake though.
Oh boy,
Yeah, I want
mean,
cake
look,
too.
I don't. Oh,
Yeah, cake.
I shouldn't have asked this as a
cake,
question.
cake.
I'm realizing the
Flora's like
issue with my
hitting.
approach.
As you make your way back to the cabin, Flora's gonna kind of clumsily climb down off your back mid-walk in the way that when they're done with something, they're done.
They just flop off.
Yeah. And Flora comes up next to you, Fauna. Fauna, I had those dreams again. The ones, you know, the one where I'm not there, but you're all grown up, and there's a dead bird and a handsome knight with blonde hair, and that really brave woman with the sword, and a very sad wizard with white hair, and that huge ocean in the land where it's always night, and there's this person who, they look so noble, and they're sitting on a throne, and there's that tall tower. But I'm not with you.
Well, you know it's just a dream, right? I mean, nothing bad is ever going to happen to us. Parents never going to let anything bad happen to us. And we'll always be together. So I'm sure it's just nothing to worry about.
What's nothing to worry about?
Oh, nothing.
We've been keeping Bugtown.
Bugtown.
Right, yeah, Bugtown.
And
All
we
right.
didn't tell you because we were worried that you would be mad, but remember all the ants that were in the house the other day?
Right. The significant amount of ants that were in the cabin where we live.
Well, we've
Bugtown.
been keeping Bugtown in the cupboard.
Oh
And-
no, which cupboard?
The one that you keep
The
your
third
the bottles in that we're not supposed to have.
Oh, yeah, the secret cupboard.
I haven't
You know, the
opened that
third-
in a little bit. Peren goes over and pulls it open.
Just
They're
absolutely
ants.
chock full of fucking bugs. It's ants, it's beetles, it's like 3 moths fly out into your face.
Cool. Peren closes it and just pulls the whole cabinet off the wall where he mounted it and just carries the whole thing
Bugtown,
outside.
no!
Aww.
Yep. No, you don't
Oh.
understand. Bugtown's now going to be Bug Country. They're going to have all the space they need to wander right out here.
Oh, that's a
But
pretty
will
good
they still be our friends?
Yeah.
Yep. And Perrin kind of like props it up next to a tree outside of the cabin, but like distinctly away from it, and then kind of opens it and scavenges what he can of the remaining bottles.
Um,
Okay, but don't tell him about Bugtown 2, Laura.
we won't tell him about Bugtown
No.
2.
Okay, good.
Fauna.
I don't know if this makes Peren a really good dad or a really bad dad.
He's just doing his best.
Flora leans in. I dream about Mom sometimes too.
Oh, Mom?
Yeah,
But we don't even remember. How do you know it's her?
I don't know, I just do. She's so big. She's almost like a monster. But she's not scary.
What does she look like?
She has these horns and a long neck, and her face. Her face looks, you know, those big birds that fly really quick, owls. It looks like that, and
Well, how could that be our mom? We don't look like owls and have horns and big, long necks.
but you know how, like when you know something, like when Peren makes something really good to eat, and we look at it and we just know it's going to be really good.
Oh,
Not
yeah,
like
like
the
the
things that we
cake.
pretend, like the yeah.
Yeah, totally. For sure.
Vana, when I'm gone, don't come find me. I'll be all right.
What do you mean when you're gone? You're not going anywhere.
Mom will take care of me, and you can come find me after you're done helping the handsome knight.
Handsome nights are dreamy.
Yeah.
But I don't want to be separated from you. I don't even know what I would do.
Either. You'll be brave. You're always brave.
I'm brave because you're there.
Flora's gonna nestle into you, put her little head on your shoulder. Oh wait, there's one more thing.
Yeah.
I can't. The one that doesn't. There's a man that even fire can't hurt him. And you have to watch out. He doesn't want to, but he does bad things, Funny. He doesn't mean to, but he does them anyway.
How will I know the man?
'Cause the fire doesn't hurt him.
Well, can I help him?
I don't know. Maybe. You help me all the time.
That's true. I'm pretty good at helping.
I'm
sure I'll
it's time for
figure it
that
out.
surprise, and Perrin comes back in and like bursts in and flips the oven down, revealing 3 hand-sized pound cakes that he had secretly baked.
Yay! Cake!
And the mushroom soup is still cooking, which means, oh no, we've got to eat these before they get too cool. So we're gonna have cake before dinner.
Yay! Cake before dinner. And we definitely weren't talking about Bugtown 2.
What now?
Shit.
Nothing.
Wait, hold on.
And we cut it. Perrin, later that night, you reach into reach into that cupboard that you took outside, and you're looking over an old letter, one that was wrapped in the bundles that Flora and Fauna were in when you brought them here to the mortal realm. The note reads, by the time you're reading this, we'll be realms apart. The day I lost my brother was the worst day of my life, and I believed that beauty and warmth would elude me for whatever time I had left. But then a small boy walked out of a door and into my arms, much the same as these two are now with you. You gave me the best years of my life, Peren, and I'm so sorry that I failed to protect you from the weight and worry of dogmatic fools. Just know, I've always believed in your path and your purpose, but a path and a purpose that you define. Whatever you choose, Peren, choose it with your whole heart and protect it better than I protected you. And even now, Peren, with this memory, it's so hazy you sort of remember the words, but who wrote the letter? Who? It's gone. Your footsteps echo as you approach a dark door. You open it. Small yellow bird flits over, lands on your shoulder, and you step through into a place that is now somewhat familiar to you. A place between realms. You hear that gnawing, some enormous creature in the darkness of this place, finishing the last few bits of a meal. And where you thought to be alone, you feel a hand reach out and grasp your shoulder. Fauna, you're holding Peren's shoulder, having followed the path into the darkness and found him in this space. As he's,
That was easy.
Yeah, as he is stepping into the place between realms.
Do you want to skin me alive? Is that what you want?
Oh my god, thank god I found you.
Yeah, you wanna eat my bones? Is that it?
Peren!
You wanna eat them?
Peren, it's me, Fauna.
Right. Wait, hold on. Actual fauna?
Yes.
Why are you
What
here?
other fauna would there be?
Let's not. Perrin's gonna like look around and see if he can get like a distance check on this thing.
Give me a perception check.
Really need to rewrite this down on paper because I have to scroll every time. 22.
22. You see the glow of two eyes in this space. Look up, maybe 100 feet away at most. You're
Right.
looking for someone to eat your bones.
Oh no, I'm all out. Sorry, fresh out of bones. No bones here. We're actually a boneless family.
Ooh.
Well, I have some bones in my bag if you...
Oh yeah, we'll trade you. Here you go. Here's a bone. Throw him a bone.
Yeah. Fauna takes out one of the bones that she collected from the skeleton in the downstairs realm. What's that? The gray...
The one that Mari brought us to.
No. Yeah.
The other mythological doorway between
Yeah.
realms.
And she throws a bone into the darkness at the general sound.
Stepping up, you see the massive form of this creature, 12 feet tall, gaunt, still even after consuming whatever meal it has, almost skeletal. Dark, hollow sockets where its eyes should be. In just a few steps, it's over to the bone and looks at it. Oh, not much of a meal. Not like I'd need it anyway after what you left me with.
What?
Stronger now.
What's he talking about?
I think.
Okay.
I think I'm tired of you
All right.
walking through my house.
Okay. I mean, look, there's two things that we can do. All right? Here's your options. And like this is up to you, you know? I'm a nice guy. Like I like giving people the ability to make their choice. One is that we can bring you something good to eat. Two, and Peren holding two does like a weird motion. God damn it, Zoom. He does a weird motion with his hands.
Balloons come out everywhere. The beast.
The funny, yeah.
Prestidigitation.
He does a weird motion with his hands and points it at the creature, and I cast Hunter's Mark on it.
Yeah, I think in this moment,
Peren is full
Yeah.
of confidence about tackling his problems head on as recklessly as is available. By the way, is Cletus here?
the figure leans in.
Yeah.
Cletus is in this space too, and the
Everyone's
cat.
Oh, hi, Cletus.
This is a lot.
Yeah, don't worry about it. It's fine. It's just the Lord of Doors. Like, I can walk
Yeah.
through doors and they go to other doors. It's cool. Don't worry about them.
Just stay behind me.
The door lord is gonna lean in close. Now is
Lord of
like
Doors? We need to
within
talk about
within
that later.
distance of you, Peren. Oh, friend, you already brought me something to eat. You see, goes to wave, like goes to almost like their connection to this place goes to shut the door behind you. And as they go to do that, a familiar armored foot steps in the doorway. Boom. And we're going to cut and go to our break, and we'll be back in 10 minutes.
Okie doke.
On that new, the new overlay. Okay. We're back. When we left the rest of the party last, you were following Notoria and the twins as the monks followed the thread they had left to Fauna as just sort of a way of knowing when Fauna would need you most. Due to the... whoops. I just realized that the overlay is a little off. Hold on. Let's fix that real quick before we keep going.
I was excited to play Peren.
Yeah, I know. We still haven't gotten our body swap.
Wait, what?
Okay, fixed. In this moment, you are entering into the space, having followed the thread. So the rest of the party, there is a door about to shut in front of you, Atticus, that you have just handily gotten your foot into. Go ahead and give me a strength check.
We're just getting right into it, huh?
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, everyone can go ahead and roll initiative too. Like this thing is attacking.
Yeah.
So everyone go ahead and roll your initiative as well.
Strength. Is it strength or athletics?
Athletics.
Okay. That's going to be an 18.
God. Okay.
21.
I rolled a 5 or a 6 on initiative.
Oh.
I rolled a 6 too. But
you absolutely, Atticus,
Plus
your
3
foot
is
sticks
9.
in the door. It is like you just barrel down and hit your shoulder into this thing as it opens. The rest of you now all see the space, like Peren and Fauna, Cletus directly in front of you. It is just this dark, empty, yawning space that seems to go out on all sides. About maybe 150 feet or so away from you on the opposite side, there is another door, kind of this golden filigree around it. And there's almost this like sick swirl to it that if you look at it too long might make you a little bit nauseous.
How loud is the space yawning?
Pretty. It's like one of those very audible yawns.
I'm sorry.
From like...
Sorry. Peren turns around to greet Atticus, but he yawns instead.
Let me write down everyone's initiative real quick. So Vox had a 21?
Dirty 20 for Peren.
Okay.
Did
Wait,
you
I'm
just
sorry.
make a scene to come take a nap in a weird place?
Atticus. Oh, I'm sorry, it's contagious. It's a dirty 21. I forget about Jack of all trades.
Okay. I think Vox's
7
dex is
for
higher though,
Nyx.
right? Okay, 7 for Nyx. And
9.
I rolled a 6.
Okay.
My dexterity is +3, and
Cool.
flat is 16.
So I think it's going to go Fauna with a 9, and then Nyx with a 7, and then Atticus at a 6. I'm also going to roll... Bert is in this space too. That is also a 9 for Bert. Let's see, that's gonna
I've
put
missed Bert.
Bert
Atlas.
right there.
Her name is Atlas.
Fauna. I'm gonna put a little note there that, and then the monks are down there, and that is, well, that's not bad for Cletus actually. That's gonna put Cletus. It's gonna put Cletus right here. Okay. Let's start this combat. I think the rest of you entering in this space too see again that massive 12-foot tall, much like towering over you and Cletus, Atticus, gaunt and skeletal, hollow sockets where the eyes should be, a mouth that is almost like grown over with skin. It's just wears scraps on its body, basically, whatever meager things it's been able to forage in this space. As the Door Lord, who rolled a nat 20 on its initiative, is going to be going, boo indeed, is going to be going first. Is going to immediately, Peren, you're right, is going to immediately, it's going to go for you first. That is a, God, those are both really low. That's an 11 and a 12, neither of which I think hit. And then, does an 18 hit though on Peren?
Yes.
Okay. Peren, you're going to take 8 points of piercing damage. And I need you to make a Constitution saving throw. But you were going to make that Constitution saving throw with advantage. Because
16
Fauna,
on the roll.
okay. Even with advantage?
Yeah, that's the advantaged roll.
Okay. So, Fauna, in this space, choosing the Hour of Dusk, which it now, even in this space, like it is still the Hour of Dusk, even though you were in this, the darkness of the place between realms. I will tell you that the benefit that you get during your hour that is going to, it's going to extend to everyone in the party, everyone that's in this space, is that all of you, I need to look up, essentially what happens is that without having to use any spell slots or anything, and without having to maintain concentration on it, which is also huge, you have the spell Circle of Power activated, which divine energy radiates from you, distorting and diffusing magical energy until the spell ends, which it won't until the Hour of Dusk is over. This space moves with you, and for the duration, each friendly creature in the area, including you, has advantage on saving throws against spells and other magical effects. Additionally, when an affected creature succeeds on a saving throw against a spell or magical effect that allows it to take only half damage, it would instead take no damage. So if any of you succeed on a saving throw from a spell, like no damage at all. And you also will get advantage on any saving throw against a magical effect or spell. A pretty handy thing to have in this space. But Peren, even on that 16, the Constitution save is not a success. So for the next minute, you can remake the Constitution save at the beginning of each of your turns. If you succeed on it, the effect goes away. But otherwise, for the next minute, you have disadvantage on Constitution saves. So that will cancel out with basically like any of your other saves you'd have advantage on, but now Constitution save against magical effects, you just roll it flat because the disadvantage and advantage cancel each other out.
Gotcha.
Okay. That is actually this thing's turn because it missed with the first two parts of its multi-attack. As it just sort of attempts to try and rip into you, Peren, it misses with, and just sort of that last thing that it gets in is just like it opens its mouth wide and just rips into your shoulder. That is its turn, though. Vox, you're next in the initiative order.
Oh God, what the fuck is this thing? Yeah, Fox audibly says that and is just in this room seeing this happen and is just going to try to hit it with my longbow with Daybreak.
Okay, cool. I will say also, because this is important for one of the effects that it has, have you also like stepped into the space with Atticus past the door?
Yeah.
Okay. Would Vox have been ringing? Like, has everyone else stepped into the space too, or are some of you still on the other side of the door? Cool. If everyone has stepped into this space, the door is just sort of shut behind you now that there's nothing. So again, you're just in this space, door on the far side, creature in front of you. You're about, I'm going to say, Vox, you're about 60 feet away from Peren and Fauna and this thing. But yeah, it doesn't have any cover or anything, so you can go ahead and just make an attack roll. You're not flanking it because there's no one on the other side of it. But
Yeah. I'm just trying to hit it with a bow and get it to take like a step back from everyone, really.
cool.
That is a 21 to hit.
21 hits.
Okay, immediate combat I was not prepared for. That is a 10 points of damage, and it's
Okay.
magical damage. I don't know if that'll help because it's my mom's bow.
It definitely does. But 10 points of damage. Okay. Okay. Cool. Do you have anything else, any bonus actions or movement that you want to take?
Yeah, I want to move further in and cut around towards like where Fauna is and cut around to
Okay.
the side.
Cool. All right. You can do that. I mean, you've still got your bonus action. So as a rogue, if you want to take you could take a full, like a dash as your bonus action to get, you could get right to Fauna's side, or you could flank out a little bit so you're not right next to this thing. It's up to you.
Yeah, I'm gonna stay as close to Fauna as I possibly
Cool.
can.
Okay, great. Vox, that's you. Peren, it's your turn.
I'm scribbling down all my scores so that I can see them at the same time. Yeah, so Perrin cast a Hunter's Mark, which kind of initiated all this. He sees everyone comes through. He kind of like half-heartedly shouts out an explanation. So I think he's like, okay, so this is the thing that like lives inside of doors and stuff, and he wants to eat me. So like we should kill it for sure. Just be really careful. Don't let it bite you. And while he's doing this, I'm using my bonus action to assemble ornament, my free action to assemble ornament of rites, and my bonus action to light incense. And Perrin gives a little whistle to Amos, who is not speaking at this point.
Yeah.
And Amos is just gonna give me line of sight for advantage on attack rolls, and
Cool.
Perrin is gonna just roll a ranged attack. I'm gonna close the distance so that I'm within about 15 feet and kind of to the front.
Well,
but I'm not gonna
so
get
I will
super
say this
close
thing
to
has
it.
already closed the distance with you because it wasn't using
Okay.
it. It was just physical attacks on you, so it's right in front of you.
Okay, in that case, Perrin is gonna half moon to about like not on the exact opposite side, but let's call it a third of the way around. While he's assembling Ornament of Rites, he's gonna kind of pace it out and turn this thing, and he's going to strike. And while he's doing this, he's looking for any like glowing video game weak spots. He's
Cool.
interacted with this thing a few times.
Give me, you can do two things in this moment. The first thing that I need you to do, because of one of the abilities of this creature, before you even attack, I need you to roll a d6. You can roll the attack roll too, but also roll a d6 with that attack roll, and then you can make me a perception or an arcana check as well.
Okay. 22 for the attack roll. I rolled a 2 on the d6.
Okay. And you roll in perception or arcana?
Oh, I guess I have advantage. That's 23 on the attack roll if it
Okay.
matters. And what am I? I'm rolling an arcana check.
Arcana or perception? Either one.
It's always gonna be perception. That is 14 plus 7, 21.
A 20. What'd you get? Your attack roll's a 21, 23. Hold on, it muted you.
17 plus 7. Did I math wrong?
24.
Or proficiency? 24.
Okay. Peren, you half moon circle around and go to strike with Ornament of Rights. You know full well that this would have been a true strike with a 2 on the d6. Right before you hit this thing, you see it turns, looks at you, and as Ornament of Right swings out to make contact with it, you just see in this space, it's almost like it falls backwards into a, just a slit in the space, disappears out of view, and appears about 30 feet away. And the attack misses. That's a pretty high perception check. I think that it's
Also,
high.
Hunter's Mark gives me advantage, actually, on perception checks.
Cool, yeah, go ahead. You can roll with
You're
advantage.
counting this as a perception check to find it.
Yeah.
I rolled a 14, so same thing, 21.
Okay. On a 21, 20 is high enough. I'm going to give you the technical information of what's going on here so that you know what's happening, because I think that translates to like what Peren is seeing in this actual space. This is this creature's space. You are in the place between realms, but it is where this creature rules. It can, it essentially what it has is an aura that anytime you attack it within 30 feet, so it won't trigger on range attacks, but anytime you attack it within 30 feet, you have to roll a d6. On a 1 through a 4, it immediately just appears somewhere else within 60 feet in the space. And I will, each time, however, that attack is made, in the same way that this would translate in the real world to the more something happens, the more difficult it becomes to dodge or engage with multiple things happening at once. So each time in the same round where another attack happens against it, the chance is higher that it won't just disappear. So instead of having to roll a 5 or 6 to hit it, you have to roll a 4, a 5, or a 6, then a 3, 4, 5, and 6. And so the number gets lower each time within the round, if that makes sense. But then when the round starts again, that number will reset to 5 and 6. So anyone that makes a physical attack on this thing, not a magical attack, but a physical attack within 30 feet, you'll have to roll a d6 and get a high enough number. Otherwise, this thing just appears somewhere else in the space.
Gotcha.
So yeah, you see it. I mean, that's a great perception check.
Do I have time to respond to that? Does Peren have a chance to shout out anything about that?
Yeah, I'll allow it. You're getting 6 seconds in this.
Stick together, protect each other. Don't try to chase it down. You gotta hold it in place.
Okay. That was move, bonus, and attack action, Peren. That's your turn. That comes to Cletus. Cletus hears you, nods, is not going to close the distance to attack it, but is going to I think just kind of square up between you and Fauna. God, what does he have? Perfect.
All right,
And
Atticus, you were right. He's not just taking a piss.
using Master of Tactics is also going to... Cletus is going to hold his reaction to attack if this thing comes within range. And then is also going to use the Master of Tactics so that with his bonus action, Atticus, Cletus looks back at you. Good to see you. You're just in time. And with his bonus action is going to give you advantage on your turn for an attack.
You're a sight for sore eyes.
Oh, man. If I tell you the things that I'd seen in the last... I mean, it doesn't feel like it's been that long.
I just miss you that much, buddy.
Oh. True blue. That's Cletus's turn. Fauna, that's your turn.
Okay, where is it now? Did it reappear?
It did. It's about 30 feet away from you, closer on your side than it was to Peren.
Okay. Fauna is going to take out our trusty old orb and roll it towards the Lord of Doors.
Yeah.
And she's not going to explode it. She's going to use the keyword of watermelon, which releases the light slowly. So it fills up the room. And if you'll remember, This is the light from the realm of the fell spirit, which means that it is very bright and it has existed in a between world before.
Yes.
And so she's hoping that if this thing tries to, not only is it going to light it up, but also if it tries to escape, the light will penetrate through the portal and maybe come out the other side where it's going to appear, so we can like know where it's going.
I'm going to tell you right now, this is a very good idea. It's not going to stop this thing from like apparating on an attack. Like it still has control of that. However, it has a very high stealth, and one of its things is doing that and then hiding on its approach to you in this very dark space. You have just eliminated the possibility of it hiding and sneaking up and doing that, because it can't hide in a brightly lit, like there's nothing else in this room. So I'm to say that even with its like hide in plain sight feature that it has in the darkness, there's literally like, this is more than plain sight. You've pretty much prevented this thing from sneaking up on anyone, which is going to severely limit the way that it would have attacked you.
I don't know if rolling the orb counts as my act. That's not really like on my sheet.
I think because it releases, so it does take your action to do it. You still have a bonus action if there's anything that you want to do, and you still have your movement.
Let me see if I have. I'm gonna. Yeah, I think as a bonus action, I'm just going to use Sanctuary on who is next? I guess I wouldn't necessarily. Would I know who's next in initiative order?
You give me a perception
as a character in the game.
Yeah, give me a perception check.
If I can also chime in here, Fauna has protection from evil and good that is triggered.
That is
from
right.
Before.
Yep.
Oh, I erased that because remember when you said that her thing gave me all the effects of a long rest? Does that cancel out?
It doesn't cancel. No, it won't cancel.
Oh, okay.
That. Yeah. So you still have, which is just let's see. Creatures have disadvantage on attack rolls against you. You can't be charmed, frightened, or possessed by this creature. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I got a 26 on my perception check.
Okay. For sure. If you're trying to determine the initiative order, I mean, casting Sanctuary probably also most helpful on someone who's already gone, because as soon as they attack, Sanctuary's gone. So like, I would say, I'll give this to you on your perception. Like, you can tell that strategically, the most advantageous thing would be to probably cast it on Peren or Cletus, because they've just immediately gone. So it would protect them from being attacked.
Okay. I think Peren definitely makes the most sense anyway, because I feel like Fauna is still super worried about him, even though like he's right. Even though she found him, like
Totally.
she's not over it. So
Cool.
okay, so yeah, I'm
Which
gonna
spell?
cast
It's Sanctuary. I think it just means that you can't be the target. An area of effect spell could still hit you, but you can't be the direct target of a spell or an attack.
Yeah.
Until you attack. If you do anything hostile towards, then Sanctuary ends.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Oh,
That
and
is
then I'll
a-
just reserve the cat to potentially aid someone
Cool.
else.
Yeah. That is a very cool move. Okay. In this moment, the Doorlord is going to use the first of its legendary actions this round to close the distance. Close the distance to you, Fauna. And it is going to make attacks on you. However, that is also going to trigger Cletus's held action. So Cletus is going to get 2 attacks. Oh no, just kidding. Cletus gets.
Is it closing the distance by walking? Or is it appearing?
Yes.
Just
it
saunters
is-
over.
No, it is closing the distance by that. Yeah.
Does that mean I get an attack of opportunity as
Moving
well?
in this space. It won't move by you because it appeared over on this side. So now like Fauna and Vox and Cletus are in between you and it almost.
Can I use a reaction?
To it moving? It depends on
I
what
have
the
a spicy new reaction if you succeed on an attack roll.
Okay, cool.
Can
So the first thing that's going to happen is Cletus is going to roll his, because he had a held
Okay.
action if this thing comes close. So Cletus gets his full
I
attack
also have
action, which
something.
is- Okay, cool.
If you get to the thing
attack.
attacking me.
Okay, cool. Cletus is going to make, oh my god. One of these is a nat 20.
Cletus!
Girl.
Cletus,
Like a true knight of the Phoenix.
My
does the
hero.
9? 9 doesn't hit, so 1 crit and 1 hit. So that is going to be, it's unfortunately not. Oh no, with the way the box moved, he's totally flanking this thing. Wait, if he's, oh god,
Cletus
if he's,
said, "I'll be your Huckleberry." and critted.
yeah. Okay. Let's see. This is a fair amount of damage because it's 46, so that turns into 8d6.
God damn, Cletus.
Yeah. So he's got sneak
I
attack.
picked a good one.
24. Cletus does 52 points of damage to this thing.
Hot damn, son.
Boy,
As it just,
boy.
like, he lashes out with those 2 short swords. This thing just snarls. It's still going in for Fauna. So I don't know if those reactions trigger after an attack or before an attack.
I have so the one of the rituals that I chose for today is read the bones. So I'm gonna replace one of the attack rolls on me with a 4.
Oh, very nice. Okay. I'm going to roll them one at a time, and you can tell me which one you want to replace. The first attack on you, I think, actually, you know what? I think I like this more. I'll roll it to see what the 3, so 1 would have been a 24 to hit. Another would have been 20.
The way it's worded is that I have to choose the roll before I know what it was. So I was just gonna say
great.
like whatever
Okay, cool.
the first attack roll was.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so it is
It's
actually.
be a 4 instead.
Does a 16 hit your AC?
That is my AC with my
Okay.
other ritual of protection on.
Okay, so 3 of the attacks would have hit. You change that first one to a 4. Only 2 of these attacks are going to hit now.
Okay, when the second one hits, Peren casts Silvery Barbs, which is a first level enchantment reaction. He whistles a little bird song, and at the same time, Amos whistles a little bird song, and they're slightly dissonant, and so they are distracting. That's my flavor text. That's not in the spell.
Cool.
You magically distract the triggering creature and turn its momentary uncertainty into encouragement for another creature. The triggering creature must re-roll the d20 and use the lower roll. So whatever
the second one was. It got a 25 on that second roll. Even with disadvantage, it's still a 20 on hit. So there's still 2 hits, but you do get to give someone advantage with Silver
and
Barbs
that
too.
advantage is going to land on Vox. So Vox now gets advantage on the next attack roll, ability check, or saving throw.
Cool.
I guess I could have given myself a saving throw advantage. Never mind. Vox gets it. I
Cool.
already said it.
Okay. Fauna, you are going to take. Let's see, that is a D8, and then. You're going to take 4 points of bludgeoning damage as this thing smashes into you, and then 7 points of piercing damage as it also goes in for a bite just on your arm. And then go ahead and make me a Constitution saving throw, but with advantage because of your circle of power.
I also have blessing plus D4 to saving throw too.
Oh, that's right. Yep.
Which is good because my first roll was a 2. Oh, well. None of that was helpful. 8 total.
Ooh. Okay. You feel that bite. Funny, you feel the emptiness of this place, the hunger of this thing, the loneliness of being the only living thing that exists in this space unless a meal happens to wander through. The bite happens.
So what
That
you're saying is we
emptiness
should just be friends with it.
sinks into you. You can try. I think this thing might be beyond friendship.
Sorry, how many points total of damage was it?
11 total. And also now that disadvantage that it's imposing on Constitution saving throws is going to even out. So Constitution saving throws you just won't roll with advantage anymore.
Okay.
That is the fight. That was its legendary action. That makes it Bert's turn. I think Bert in this space, who is already starting to shift back from their human form of Atlas. Atticus and everyone else, you see them starting to shift back into the form of Bert that you're all very familiar with. Bert is going to charge forward on this thing and take a swing at it. That is a hit for Bert.
I somehow feel better with Atlas being in Bert form, with them putting him in danger. If they were still in
danger like
Atlas
this, yeah.
form, I would be so scared.
That is 8 points of damage. Bert makes contact, swings in for 8 points of damage on this thing. You keep your hands off my friends. Is going to slice down. That's Bert's turn. At the end of Bert's turn, yeah, nothing. Nyx, that's you.
Distance-wise, how far away is it from me?
You just having come in the door. Everyone else, I think I said, was 60 feet. So you're 60 feet away from this, just coming in the door.
Perfect. I'm going to move in a little bit closer than that to it. Looking up the distance for something real quick. Perfect. Actually, scratch that. I'm going to hold my movement. And I'm going to quick end drawing on like almost like pulling moonlight mixed with shadow from Arcane Focus, the moonstone ring that they wear. I'm going to cast Sacred Flame on them. So they must do a dex save.
Ooh, that's only an 8.
Nope. All right.
No.
So that's 9 radiant damage.
Okay.
And also going to cast Guiding Bolt.
Ooh, very nice.
And that's an 8. Wait. I haven't added. 24.
24 hits.
Pew. Pull up my other one. $17 radiant damage.
Okay. Oh my god. Okay.
And
Cool.
the next attack on it has advantage. It also is now physically, its own body is glowing.
Lit up.
So if
nice.
it tries to hide, it will be lit up.
Cool. Yeah, the light from the orb is still filling this space too, but that's advantage on which Cletus already granted advantage on an attack, so it'll be two attacks with advantage coming Atticus's way. However, Nyx, at the end of your turn, this thing is going to take another one of its legendary actions. Looks to... Oh, God. Peren can't be the focus of this spell. It's going to look at Cletus, who is hit at the hardest. Cletus, in this moment, needs to make a Constitution save.
Is this a spell?
With advantage. It is a spell.
Counterspell.
Okay.
Is the Lord of Doors just deliberately not attacking Peren? Are you passing the Wisdom saving throw? Or
no, I can't attack you because of Sanctuary. I think that the Lord of Doors clocks this, so Sanctuary is making you unattackable.
He recognizes it. Okay.
Yeah. What level is... Yeah. This is a 3rd level spell, so it is immediately just gone. That's its 2nd legendary action.
I'm gonna use my movement to move up towards the group.
Cool. Atticus, it's your turn.
So how far away am I from this thing?
You are... You were the first one in, so you're a little closer, but you're still not within 30 feet. I'm going to say you're 50 feet from this thing.
Okay. Do I need to take a dash action to get near it?
You would have to, to move more than 30 feet, you'd have to dash.
Okay. I'm going to do that.
Okay.
And as I'm running down this hallway, I'm like, you tell him, Atlas, stay away from our friends. And I am going to just get right up on this thing. I still have a 2nd attack. Can I use that or
Unfortunately, when you use the dash action, it has to take your whole attack action.
I'm an action surge.
Okay.
I'm an action surge then.
Okay, cool.
And I'm going to swing on this thing.
Okay. Before you make your attack rolls, go ahead and roll me that D6.
Okay.
Cletus has already attacked it, so you're just trying to hit 2 or higher on the D6. As long as you don't roll a 1.
I rolled a 2.
Fantastic. So this thing cannot apparate. You're making your first and your second attack with advantage.
First attack is going to be 18.
18 hits.
So that first one's going to hit for 18.
Okay.
Second attack's going to hit for, or is a 21.
That hits too.
All right. Second attack hits for 21.
Ooh, okay. This thing's looking a little fucked up. Okay, that was your action surge. Do you have any, are you using any, oh, you know what? No, because if I, never mind. It wouldn't, you'd have to dash and then use action surge. Do you have any bonus action at all?
If I have any movement left, I just kind of want to saddle up next to some, or yeah, I'll just saddle up to whoever's closest to me.
Okay, cool. You're pretty close. I think at this point now you can just sort of, you can make this defensive line, and at the front of the line here, like Nyx, are you trying to come up all the way to that line too, or stay a little behind?
They are. Peren said to group up, and
cool.
They're following.
So at this moment, you're all just kind of in a little like tight huddle right here. You're splayed out enough that you can all face it, but if this thing were to start, like, you'd be a step away from just forming a circle where everyone had eyes in every direction.
It's a winking smiley face. So like Peren was a full third and everyone else was in a half arc.
Beautiful. Okay. Atticus, at the end of the turn, this thing is going to take the last of its legendary actions for the round, and it is going to... God, it's going to... I think it's going to make just another attack on Cletus, who has still done the most damage to it.
How close am I to Cletus?
You're 10 feet. I think Bert is between you and Cletus.
Okay.
Oh boy. That is 3 hits with two of them being natural 20s. I am about to roll a lot of damage on Cletus.
Yes, no.
Okay, that's...
So many dice are being
Thankfully for
rolled
that
right now.
long
I'm
rest.
worried.
Yeah, it's 36 damage total as this thing slams into Cletus and bites him. Cletus is going to make his Constitution save too. That's a success on the Constitution save. But yeah, this thing just rips into Cletus, which he staggers back from it as it sinks its teeth into his side. That is the last of its legendary actions. We are back to the top of the initiative order. At the top of the initiative order, the lair effect is going to take place, and I need everyone to roll me a Constitution save. Everyone,
Mine
but
is at disadvantage.
just flat. So both yours and Fauna's is flat. Everyone else gets to roll this Constitution save with advantage. I'm rolling it for Cletus, Bert.
Can I use the cat to give
23.
me advantage?
No, because once, if you have advantage and then it gets canceled by disadvantage, you can't.
Oh, you can't get
double.
it again?
Yeah. Yep.
I'm real upset that I rolled 2 nat 20s. I was like, why am I using them right here?
Change to a different die. Get a reset one.
I'm going to tell you right now, Vox, you're very glad. You're very glad that you did this.
I used
Right.
Favored by the Gods and got a dirty 20.
Okay. So
23. The roll.
okay. Whew. Very
I got
okay.
15.
Okay.
I also rolled 15.
Okay. Everyone, you were all just going to take including the ones who succeed, which Atticus, Nyx, Fox, all 3 of you succeed. You're only going to take 5 points of cold damage. Fauna.
Not to be petty, because it is 5 points. We passed the save. Doesn't that mean that
actually,
it doesn't?
Don't. You're right. With the
Yeah.
circle of power and effect, none of you take any damage at all.
Cool.
Hell yeah.
Thanks, Fauna.
Fauna and Peren.
I didn't really do anything.
Fauna and Peren, you're both going to take 10 points of cold damage. And 1 level of exhaustion, which means that any ability check now has disadvantage. Not attack rolls or saving throws, just ability checks.
We haven't done exhaustion stuff yet.
We haven't done exhaustion yet. I will I will tell you that just because this is the first time that we've dealt with exhaustion stuff, levels of exhaustion happening are not great when they start to stack. There are 6 total levels of exhaustion. Your first level of exhaustion is just disadvantage on ability checks. Your second level of exhaustion halves your speed. Taking on a third level of exhaustion gives you disadvantage on attack rolls and saving throws, which, all of these things stack. Your fourth level of exhaustion takes your maximum hit points down to half. Your 5th level of exhaustion means your speed is effectively 0. You can't move. You can still attack, but you can't move anywhere. If you take on a 6th level of exhaustion without any saving throws, you die. There are no death saves for a 6th level of exhaustion. It is just death. The levels of exhaustion have the potential to happen each time the lair engages at the beginning of. So, Fauna and Peren, you each take on your first level of exhaustion.
Cool.
Tight. Thank you so much.
That same feeling, Peren and Fauna, that you both had when this thing bit you, the emptiness of this place, that begins to set into your bones. And you realize there is no... You all, the party, you are the only hope that you have in this space. There is no one in this space that can come for you. It is separate, a place between realms. And it is the domain of the thing that you are now fighting.
Sorry, can I ask a quick question?
Yeah.
The monks and stuff, they're not helping us, or they're
Monks
on
are here. Actually, thank you for reminding me. Their turn. So they're sort of here in order to... Oh, I actually forgot who's... Cletus has taken damage. Let's see. Nara and Nev are not here. It was like they had to be there to almost like hold the other end of the tether for all of you. So Notori is the only one who's come into this space with all of you. But Notori is a monk and is also a Way of Mercy monk. So they can also offer healing. They're going to do... they're going to use a key point for this. Fauna, you are healed for 6 points of damage.
Thank you.
Peren, you are healed for 8. And Cletus is healed for 4 points of damage. As Notorious just kind of there backing
temporary
you all
hit
up.
points reset on my turn or at the top of the order?
Top of the order, so you'd get your temporary hit
Heroism.
points back right now, yeah.
Okay.
From
I have
heroism.
full HP.
Cool. Okay, it is now this thing's actual turn. Everyone in this space, go ahead and make me a Constitution save.
$19.
Okay.
10.
Did you just nat 20 again?
Yes, I did.
12.
Did you steal my
Again.
dice?
Not what I want to use it for, but I will.
I mean, you don't want to fail these.
Yeah.
Is
Um,
blessing a one-time thing, or can I use it every Constitution save?
Every time, yep.
Okay.
It stays there.
Then I rolled dirty 20 total.
Okay, cool.
I rolled a 10.
Okay.
Oh wait, I'm
Any-
sorry, 19. I can't add.
Okay, cool. That's still anyone who got an 18 or over on their Constitution save. Since Circle of Power is in effect, if you got an 18 or over in your Constitution save, you're not taking any damage from this. Anyone who got below an 18, Atticus, you're going to take 14 points of necrotic damage. A roll for Cletus and Notori 2. That is success for Cletus and a failure for Bert and Notori. So Bert is also going to take that. Okay, Peren, did you get what was your Constitution save?
19.
Okay, so you succeed too. All right, that is this thing's turn as it's leeching out again with the emptiness of this space, trying to take advantage of also the levels of exhaustion that Fauna and Peren feel, but both of you succeeded on your Constitution save, so
Does that
Everyone-
count as a spell?
it does.
I feel like it's too late, but next time I might use a reaction.
Cool. That
Real quick,
is
that 14 points of necrotic damage, that was for everyone who failed.
yes.
Okay, cool.
Yep. It would have done. It also does extra if you have levels of exhaustion, but Nyx doesn't. So you're good. It's just 14. Vox, it is your turn.
Yes, it is. I am fucking tired of everything trying to kill us, and Vox is gonna knock a bow and take aim for this thing.
Okay.
And please, dice, please. No, that is a 18 plus 6.
You
That
rolled
hits.
with advantage.
Oh.
right?
Oh yeah, you do
And
get to roll with
yeah,
advantage.
That was the same roll. What is happening with my dice right now? And I'm also going to use my sneak attack this time.
Okay, cool. Oh, you know
Because
what?
I
You're
had
using-
advantage on the attack roll.
Yeah, you're using that bow that has elven accuracy. You can replace one of those 18s with another roll too.
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah,
That was
there's
less.
something I give you an
Okay.
idea.
It's okay.
It's double, Bill.
It's okay. I'm going sneak attack. 1, 6, 5, 6, 12, 15 there, and then 21 attack.
Oof. That hits. 21 for damage though.
21 for damage, yeah.
Cool. Okay.
And again, this is all magical damage on it, correct? Cool.
Yes. Go ahead and roll me. You've done so well on your Constitution saves that Vox, this space has not phased you one bit. You're absolutely determined to just absolutely obliterate this thing. Give me... Ooh, it could be an investigation or an arcana check. Could be either one.
That is for sure going to be investigation.
Cool.
And that's a 21.
Okay. On a 21, you don't. I'm not going to let you learn anything now, but because it was over a 20, I'm going to let you roll it again at the top of the next round, or at the top of your next turn.
Beautiful. I also have. I want to hurt this thing.
Yeah, that's understandable. It wants to hurt all of you.
Yeah.
I mean, it wants to eat you, which is not one of the worst kinds of hurting.
I want to move in position for Cletus to be able to flank it.
Cool. Perfect. You circle around this thing. Again, doing ranged attacks, so its up close ability doesn't function. At the end of your turn, though, Vox, this thing is going to take another one of its legendary actions. God, I'm gonna roll a little. It's clocking. It's only a 4. That's really bad on its Arcana. That's really bad on it's just lashing out at this point at all of you. It's going to go to attack Atticus. I'm guessing that a 13 doesn't hit, but a 17, or sorry, not a 17. Dirty 20 and a 24 do hit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that physical damage or a spell?
Physical.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just coming in to slam into Atticus. Atticus, this thing is going to do... 3 + 14 points of piercing damage as it just attempts to tear into that like space between your chest and your arm.
I don't kiss on the first date. What?
Atticus, you definitely do.
And make me a Constitution save. But you're still doing so with advantage.
Like, Atticus is into doors, not lords of doors.
Nobody's into Lords of Doors.
17.
17 is still a failure. Atticus, you feel that same emptiness begin to leach into your body from the bite wound, and now you're just rolling Constitution saves flat. That's this thing's legendary action. Peren, that's your turn.
I get why you're yawning, Peren. Oh.
It's alright, Atticus. I believe in you. And with that, Peren uses a bonus action to give you Bardic Inspiration for your next turn. And Peren smiles and spins Ornament of Rights around, and he attacks again.
Okay, cool. Are you doing it from a range now that you're not right next to it?
I mean, I'm a little ways away from it. What is the range distance? I'll move closer.
Well, we discussed that you're within that 15 foot, but the range makes a difference because it can't do that apparate thing if it's
My max range, I think, is 20 feet, though. And
Yeah.
you said 30 feet?
No,
Is
because
that
now
long enough?
it's right back in the group again. Because it just attacked Atticus.
So it will make it disappear, or it won't?
No, it would from, I think we said Atticus, Bert, and then I'm going to say on this other side right here is Nyx, because Nyx came up to join you. You were on the farthest wing of this thing.
Okay.
So yours is technically a ranged attack.
Works for me. Okay, let me do math. $22 to hit.
22 hits.
Okay, this is gonna do. I have some new damage rolls, so I'm struggling here. My basic damage is 1d8, and I had sacred incense prepared. Okay, so that's 14 damage there. Colossus Slayer is also triggered. 14 damage is base. Colossus Slayer is another d8 because it has less than maximum HP. This is the roll that I've been forgetting to make for the last year, since whenever we turned level 3 as a ranger, I should have been rolling an extra d8.
Okay,
so
well,
that's an extra 5 damage on that one, and then Hunter's Mark is a d6.
Oof.
Which is an additional 2.
Okay.
Gotta love that hunter's mark.
But I also have a brand new thing, which is Blade Flourish. So I get to use... get to expend one of my Bardic Inspiration slots.
Yeah.
To use Slashing Flourish, which causes my damage to deal extra damage. So an extra d6. It's another 4.
Okay.
I don't know how many that was, but it felt good.
God, I had, what was, do you remember what the very first damage roll was? I think I have everything else but that one.
14 was my base weapon.
Was the base. Okay, cool.
And then there was an extra d8,
Yep.
d6, d6.
Okay.
So I don't remember what it was, but I think it was 20 something.
It's 25 total. Which is, yeah. This thing is not looking great.
I'm sorry, there's actually another +2 to that because I have my dueling bonus. So there's actually another +2 to that initial
Okay.
roll.
Yeah, still, it's not, the 2 doesn't make a huge difference. Still not
Yeah.
looking great.
I figured out how to roll my damage finally after a year.
Okay. Peren, if that's your turn, this thing is going to take another one of its legendary actions. You've attacked, so Sanctuary is off of you. It's going to look at you. I think I'll eat you first. That is 8. Do 18s hit?
Yes.
Okay.
How far away is Peren from me?
Let's see, Bert,
25 feet or something.
Just 15. But this thing is right next to you. It's right in front of you, Atticus. The way that you're circled up on it, it doesn't have to leave your threatened range to like attack Peren, because it has some reach too. But it is right next to you while attacking.
Can I take an attack of opportunity on it if it's going
Only
to
if it
attack?
were to leave your
Or-
threatened range, which it's not. It has enough reach to like
Okay.
get there to Peren without having to leave your.
Okay.
This is a melee attack, right? It's not a spell?
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
You could just announce when it is a spell because Nyx and I both are
That's-
just gonna be like,
Nope. Okay. 20. Peren, you're gonna take 27 points of damage. And go ahead and make me a Constitution save.
$19.
Okay. 19 is success. So just the whatever damage I said, 17, I think.
27. Didn't you?
27. Yes.
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
yeah, minus my bonus hit points, I'm at 21 right now.
Okay. This Thorlord tears into you, Peren. You feel not just its hunger, but its hate for, I mean, at this point now, centuries. It has watched you come and go, passing through this realm on your way to somewhere else and being able to leave freely while it remains trapped. It's taken a lot of damage, though. Go ahead. I'm going to make a Constitution save for it, actually. That's a natural 1. Peren. In this moment, tell me, what is one of the best memories that you have of Orchestris?
Ooh. I feel like it would be similar to some of his best memories with flora and fauna, which would be like a memory of Orchestris taking him out and showing him, you can chew this moss and it will release this strange flavor in your mouth, or like watch this animal. So just like a deep nature hike where they have nothing but what's with them and they just wander for days and look at just the strange beauty of nature. Yeah, and I think very specifically he has like kind of a moment where he remembers as a child, like just looking up and smiling at Orchestris and seeing Orchestris with the same smile, like just both of them in the moment, loving what they're seeing and experiencing together.
In this moment, as this thing has taken so much damage and it starts to, like, I think fail to hold in the things that is it attacks and tears into you and then just retches on the ground. And as it does this, that one memory of Orchestris returns to you.
I think if there's time to respond to that, I mean, this thing has just hit him and kind of leaned over holding his side, but it's closed the distance and he's going to lock eyes with it again and say, "You still have a choice. You still have a choice."
I choose to no longer starve.
All right. Well, I guess then you'll die.
You first.
did. That's a thing that it's a long story. We don't have time to get into it right now. But I've done that actually a bunch. Like it's not a problem. Did it. Done first.
That was this thing's legendary action. Cletus is going to. It's Cletus's turn. D6 first. It's too low. The thing apparates, appears about 20 feet away as Cletus swings down. God, just can't seem to get a beat on it. Boom. Gonna use bonus action to Atticus give you advantage on your next attack again. Fauna, that's you.
Can I use Arcana or whatever you think is appropriate to see if I can tell if it has any weak points?
Yeah. Give me an Arcana check.
You think Arcana?
Yep.
Can I use a cat to give me advantage on this?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, that's way better. Okay, that's gonna be 23.
On a 23. Fauna, this thing, this entity that exists here, things like this are ancient. Some of them perhaps even older than the fell spirit that you encountered. Old, powerful things like this play by a certain set of rules. And it is one of the ways that they retain their power. That's how this whole mistake was made in the first place, is that Peren offered it a bargain and was not careful about the terms of the bargain, and it took full advantage of that, consuming, I mean, in all truth, what it consumed was leading to the birth of an entirely new world and the loss of the one that you all knew, a world without Orchestris, without Peren's father, without Peren, and a drastically different life for so many people. But if this thing plays by the old rules, then there is, you believe, another rule that it most likely plays by too, and that is, if you know this thing's true name, you would hold a lot of power over it. Is Fauna going to communicate this to the party?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I don't know how, but if she can without alerting, I guess anyone that's close enough that she can tell without alerting the creature.
I will tell you, you know the rules, like showing this creature the hand at that you know this thing, like, I mean, Fauna doesn't know the name, like, alerting it, there's not, it would not be concerned unless it heard the name.
It's like a Rumpelstiltskin situation. Like, it can acknowledge that it follows those rules and make fun of it.
Is this
I'm sorry,
what I
I
am finding out at the top of the next order?
Rumpelstiltskin situation.
It's a classic Rumpelstiltskin situation.
I can't.
Look, have you ever opened the wrong door and ended up in a Rumpelstiltskin situation?
In a Rumpelstiltskin situation?
All the time. And there, no, physical? Are there any physical weaknesses too? Can I get that along with the name thing, or no? That's it. That's the only thing.
That is this thing's biggest there's no other weakness to this thing. In fact, you think that the longer that it fights you, I mean, certainly the weaker you're all getting, like the exhaustion is starting to kick in, you realize you're in imminent danger in this thing's realm.
I'm gonna cast Charm Person.
Okay, I think this thing gets its charisma save with it. Wait, is it a wisdom save?
It says wisdom.
Okay, it does get it with advantage because you're currently attacking it. But I'll make it. Let's see what it gets. I will tell you, it gets a.
Wait, Peren's right. It doesn't have to be this way.
Okay, it gets a plus 10. What's your DC?
16.
Okay, it gets a plus 10 to this roll. So
wait, that's the DC it has to beat.
It has to get a 6. So basically it has to roll a 6 or higher on one of these.
It has a plus 10
This isn't gonna go great.
Yeah.
Worth a shot.
I mean, he sounds pretty dumb if he listens to people that know his name.
That's a 17 and a 16 on the die. This thing is not listening to you.
Do you say anything about the name part?
Yeah, I told you guys that. I mean, sorry, I didn't say it, but
Say it. How you would say it.
its name. Does anybody know its name?
Box. Because of this particular check and your investigation, I'm gonna give it to you now.
This name that I have here?
The name that you were given with that quartz woven bowstring.
Yeah. I mean, it had a paper symbol. It was a symbol of a door with a name on it. Yeah. How close is Peren to Vox?
I mean, you're all right there in that tight little group.
Yeah, Vox is just gonna hand the piece of paper over.
Am I able to deal with this out of turn order right now?
Not out of turn order. But that's Fauna's turn unless you have a bonus action, Fauna.
Yeah, I'm just gonna. It's not really helpful right now. No, never mind.
Okay. This thing is going to use the last legendary action after your turn to attack at you again, Peren. Okay, that is 2 misses because it's a 4 and a 5, and then 1 natural 20.
Somebody better heal me.
That's really low on all the damage die, though. It's only 9 points of piercing damage. It was like 1s and 2s on all the d6. That's this thing's last legendary action. It's Bert's turn. Bert is gonna step up to the... What do you mean know its name? How are we supposed to know? It's not like we did introductions coming in.
Introduce yourself, Bert.
Yeah, maybe you should ask it.
Hello, sir or ma'am. My name is, I think it's Bert.
Don't get bogged down in your own
Atlas.
backstory, Bert. Ask for its name. It's mostly unimportant what your name is.
What's your name? Wouldn't you like to know what my name is? Little thing from the swamp. I think maybe I'll eat you next. Bert Bird is gonna swing on this thing. It's Bert's real flustered. That's real low. It's a 4 on the die. Bert misses. That's Bert's turn. Nyx, it's you.
Oof. Where is this thing in relation to me? I know we're kind of like half mooning it, but
Let's see. It apparated, then attacked. So it's right in front of Peren, which means you're right next to it. I'll say you're 10 feet from it.
okay, cool. Yeah, I have to do what they would do. Nick's gonna pull out their shadow blades and Wax and Wayne.
Cool.
And call upon Wax. And use their once the action. And just be like, I need you. Protect them as you protected me for so long. And quickened for a attack with Shadow Blade on them.
Okay.
Guardian of Faith is also triggered.
Okay, so Guardian of Faith triggers. Is that a save for this thing?
Yes.
Okay.
Let me check what it is. I believe it's a dex save, but let me double check here. Doop 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 boop.
If it's a dex
Yep,
save, it
dex
got
save.
17 on the die. Or 17 total, 14 on the die.
That passes, so it takes half damage, which is 10 radiant damage.
Okay. This takes 15. And then if you're making a physical attack on it with your blades, go ahead and roll a d6. In order for it not to apparate, you got to hit a 3 or higher on the d6.
Okay. That is a 3.
Okay. Make that attack roll.
Do, 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 do. Ugh. Yeah, I'm gonna use a point for that. Yeah, but that was even worse. 14.
14 does not hit. You feel in this space, and only you see her.
I
but
haven't moved. I have advantage. Right? I have advantage with assassin feat.
No, not because you haven't moved. You'd get advantage on it. You get advantage on it if you're.
Oh, it costs a bonus action. Never mind, and I already used that.
Yeah. You'd have to
Gain advantage on an attack as a bonus action when you are motionless.
Oh.
But I already used my bonus action to cast Guardian of
Okay.
Faith.
Cool.
So, that is 14, which does not hit.
Does not hit. Nyx, that's you. This thing's not looking great. It's used all its legendary actions. Atticus, it's your turn.
All right, you big piece of shit, come here. And Atticus is gonna get in and make a swing. And I gotta roll a d6 first, correct?
Yes.
Four on that d6.
Okay. That is going to hit. You only had to get a 2 or higher, so.
Okay, so roll attack now.
Yep.
Uh,
Oh, and you get to do so with advantage
21.
because Cletus gives you advantage on your first one.
Oh yeah. That is a natural 20.
Roll that damage.
It's
Yeah, baby. Before I swing, I look back at Cletus and give him a wink.
Go get him.
So 30 on that attack.
Okay.
And I'll go swing for my second attack on him. Do I need to roll another d6 for that one?
No, because at this point now the number is 1 or higher, so...
Okay. That is going to be a 18 on that attack.
18 hits.
22 on that one.
Oh my god. This thing does look real poor. Atticus, if that's the end of your turn, it's Notoria's turn. She's going to like come in underneath you, Peren, and like lifts you up a little bit, placing her hand over that space that the Door Lord chewed into. The highest I've ever rolled on a roll like that was 3 6s on 3d6, so you were getting healed for 27 hit points as they use flurry of blows against you as healing hands. Yeah, just sorry. Prophecy whole thing. I think the beacon
know about
brought us
that,
here.
right.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Peren.
Any friend of Atticus is a friend of mine.
No. I am Atticus's friend. I am. It's not like the other Atticus. He was a dick.
The other.
The other Atticus. Sorry, it's Dusty in here. The other Atticus?
Yeah, he was hotter. Don't worry about it.
You take that back right now.
Damn.
He doesn't even have a mustache.
It is, however, back to the top of the initiative order. I need everyone to make that Constitution save again. I think the only ones doing it with advantage at this point are Vox and Nyx.
18.
18.
13.
18 as well.
I'm going to use my other Read the Bones roll, which was 17, so that's going to be 8.
Ooh, very nice.
Sean.
Okay.
Sean, you have your Bardic Inspiration if you want to add
Oh
that.
yeah, let me roll that. 17.
17. Not everyone, but Atticus. You are not going to take any damage because of Circle of Power. Atticus, you're going to take 10 points of cold damage and a level of exhaustion.
Party needs a spa if we survive this.
At the top of the initiative order, that is this thing's turn.
Counterspell!
Yeah, it's gonna look at all of you. It's for sure it's going to upcast this thing. It is
If it moves at all,
angry
Wax
and
also
hungry. Okay.
gets a stab at it.
It's not moving. It is using a spell. It is using a 9th level spell slot to do this, which means that for counterspell, you will need to get a 19 or higher. So you're just doing I can't remember if you use your spell casting modifier or just the ability modifier.
It
Okay,
says
I would-
wisdom.
Is it wisdom?
I
I can't
would
remember
like
if it's
to-
wisdom and your proficiency bonus though.
It says make an ability check using your wisdom modifier. The DC equals 10
Okay.
plus the spell's level.
So you're trying to hit a 19, but you're getting to add the 5 of your, which means you're trying to hit a 14 or higher on the die in order to successfully counterspell it.
I would also like to use my Mage Slayer reaction on them.
Okay, cool.
So that's a physical attack. Do I need to roll a d6 on that?
Yeah.
Dirty 20!
Hey.
I rolled a 19.
The advantage was only on saving throws, right? Not ability.
Yes, not ability.
Do I need to roll a d6 to smack this thing again? Since I'm using my Mage Slayer reaction to...
Don't you just have to roll over a 1?
Yeah, just use, well, now it's the top of the order again, so you have to get a 5 or
Yeah.
a 6 in order to successfully hit it.
I got 9, so no
Okay,
dice.
so funny, yours doesn't work. Nyx, your counterspell does work. Sean, you get to make another attack and you successfully, what does it look like as Nyx wipes this 9th level spell from the board.
Jesus
I
Christ.
think it's just a very, almost very quick action, but they'll look at it as it's prepping and just like snap their head, and all of the energy that was in them is almost just gonna flash straight into their ring.
Okay. Yeah, boom, off the board. No 9th level spell. That's this thing's turn. Also, Atticus, what did you get on your attack roll?
I rolled a 16.
16 unfortunately does not hit this thing. It dodges your swing as you come down. Vox, it's your turn.
Vox had handed Peren the piece of paper and just looking at the thing is gonna smile, put her bow back on her back, and just go stand and lean against the wall and wait.
God. Okay. You do that, Vox. This thing is going to look over at you confused.
Vox winks.
I don't. It's
Peren?
not going to use a legendary action. It's just looking at you
Are you
as
holding
you've just like walked away from the battle. Peren, it's your turn.
Do you want to finish this?
Yeah, do you have a held action because of that?
You could give the help
Vox is
action.
Not a held action. No, Vox is done. Bow's back. She's just leaning up against a wall, picking at her nails, just watching.
What is?
Atticus is profusely sweating and sees that, and he's like, "What are?"
Vox hasn't even been hit during
Atticus,
this.
what the hell is she doing?
All right then,
I don't know, but I'm scared.
Ushunakath. I have some words to have with you, so I want you to take a seat on the floor. I want you to listen.
How do you know? You see it. It gets down on the floor, just almost just grotesquely. It's long limbs, all akimbo, just kind of crouching down on the floor in front of you. So it's about eye level with you now.
Can I get a quick check? Are we gonna continue to get exhausted as we're in here, or are we like, is this gonna like pause the violent effects of this place?
You said the second that you said its name, the second that you said like Ushunakath out loud, there was a reverber. Again, it's still lit from the orb, so it's not dark in this space, but you feel the emptiness of this space. A lot of that effect dissipates, and you realize it wasn't that it was inherent in this space. It was more that this entity made that space into that, much like a spider weaving a web, and that power is broken.
All right then. And Peren's gonna sit down opposite it and cross his legs. And I think to Fauna, this is suddenly a very familiar sight of Peren's parenting style, which is to get down on eye level and have a conversation about what's going on. All right, Ushunakath, you've taken this place and you called it your home. And I appreciate that. Sometimes you need a place to live. Sometimes we get hungry and we need things. But I'm not on board for this. I told you you had a choice and you've lost your choice, so I'm making it for you. Does that make sense to you? Oh, how did we know? Oh, blah, blah, blah. Are you listening? Let me make something very clear to you. You don't know what you're doing, and that's okay. I don't either. But you think you're out here and you know everything that's going on and you called yourself a lord. You're not a lord. You're a parasite. And you're eating everything that gets close. But you're not creating anything. So why don't you tell me how you found this place?
I came here. I came here after we left. When mortals filled the realm, I had to forfeit my home. The land of eternal night. Just so you weak, small things could live in it. I didn't want to leave, but they made me. They ripped me from my home and left me here.
Who is they? Mortals?
You think I would bend to the will of mortals? No. The old ones. Gods, ancients, whatever term you mortals use to refer to them. They left me here. Always hungry. Always alone.
Look, I can't fault you for being hungry. I can't fault you for wanting to be somewhere better. But this is just destructive. Foolish and pointless. Do you want out, or do you want to kill?
I want a home.
Tell you what. What if I told you I knew a place where there's a wizard who can send you to a place where you can't hurt anyone, and you can have all the energy you can possibly want to eat till the end of time, because they open doors to places where no one can be hurt, and you can just eat and eat and eat.
Send me there.
Peren is going to close his eyes, and he's going to picture the doorway on the tarot card that he got in the Dreadspire. And he's going to picture and just sort through his memories. I don't know if you're going to let me do this, but he's going to sort through his memories when they went in and met Amon at the top of the tower. And there were just wild bullshit things happening in the air. And he's going to focus on one that he saw that was just cosmic chaos, just the explosion of a new galaxy. There's nothing alive there. There's just cosmic energy. And he's going to picture that as hard as he can. And he's going to reach out one hand to this being. And he's going to reach out with his other hand, and he's going to reach for a door into this space. And I don't know. There's no door there, but I'm assuming
Yep.
this place will let me do that.
Let me look up that chart to see the familiarity thing for viewed one. You had a description.
I will
of
point
it.
out
Yeah,
that
yeah,
was one of the first times that Peren was sober. The whole time we were in the tower was when we got close to Amon.
Yeah, so viewed once, seen casually. Okay. Roll a D100 for me.
Got guidance?
Yeah, we could throw guidance on a D100. Yeah, for sure.
What does that give me? A plus
Gives you a
6?
D4 added to the. It's a D4 to add to the.
I don't know what you're trying to get, but
52.
I don't know.
52.
52 total.
With a place that you've seen casually. Okay. You reach out the same way that this thing has, like, in this space, like, just almost like opened slivers in the space to fall through. You reach out. There's no visible door, but when you open it, the way as it cracks, like a sliver opens, much like you're opening a door. And the room of a dark tower is visible. Or a like, on the other side you see the Dreadspire. Ushunakath looks at you, looks to the sliver in the door, and is going to just quicker, I think, than anyone can react, just slips through that space and into the other side.
Peren's just gonna yell through the crack in the door. I remember your name.
You yell that. No response from it. You almost like wind blowing. The sliver in the space shuts. The room is still lit. But as that space shuts, Peren, you feel something. It's almost like it's tugging at the back of your brain. Something that you're remembering now. There's something important in your pack.
Yeah, Peren digs through it. He just kind of like wordlessly pulls it in front of him and waves at everyone to come over.
You open up the pack. You see it there. You didn't recognize it before. It's just a scrap of cloth given to you by a weird old turtle outside a small inn. Seemed unimportant at the time, dismissible, but now you remember. You remember the letter that Ushunakath, you remember his name. the letter that Oricastris left you with Flora and Fauna when you brought them to the mortal realm. And you remember wrapped in that same cloth, along with the letter, was the handle of the Ornament of Rites. The extension for it, the same handle that you found the key in. And around it was wrapped the same kind of cloth that you brought Flora and Fauna in. And you've had that scrap in here the whole time. And I think in the moment, all your memories of your father come flooding back.
Wait, the turtle ribbon is the same scrap as the note and what Flora and Fauna were wrapped in?
Oh, man, do we all have a piece of Flora and Fauna's baby blanket?
You do.
Yeah, because Boxes is tied in like a weird braid in her hair.
Yep.
Just
It's all a piece of their baby blanket.
that's adorable.
Weird. Okay. Peren's gonna gather everyone like close and tight around them, and he is gonna look around. Are you guys okay to travel? Do we need to rest?
Do you remember who he is?
Who he is?
Do we remember who Peren is? Do I remember who Peren is?
Yes, yeah, you
Okay,
all remember
cool.
who Peren is, yeah, for sure. All your cloudiness has dissipated.
Hey, bud. I mean, more so, are you okay? You scared the living daylights out of me.
No, I'm not. But I'm better. I'm not sure what I did. I saw all of you in another place, and it was fucking terrible. And I think I'm just glad I have a home. And Peren is gonna cast Tiny Hut, which creates a 10-foot radius immobile dome of force with all of us inside of it. And it is warm and lit, and nothing can come into it. And we can just sit here and camp inside of this weird void of nothing.
Hell yeah, it's lit.
So we're all safe. We're all safe. We can
You're all
rest.
safe.
Well,
And so we can
that's
just sit
great
around.
To hear. That's great to hear, Peren. And Atticus is going to put a hand on her shoulder and say, by the way, where the fuck are we?
Right.
I'm so confused.
You know when you go through a doorway and there's like that inside part of the doorway where you're not in one room and you're not in the other room? We're just right there, but everywhere.
Like a liminal space? Is that
Yeah,
what you're,
this is, yep. Mhm.
Well, I thought I had a good understanding of doors until Asperia, where I went through a broom closet and ran into a giant monster thing. So I'm just going to take your word for it that we're good.
I don't understand. Look, and Peren opens the handle of Ornament of Rites and shows the key. This is like, I don't know, a birthright for me, maybe, or a curse, or something. But I think I'm supposed to be able to be here. So we're okay.
Just like walking through doors in that tower. Just walked into random spaces.
Yeah, I'm now a little worried that maybe that tower is like also maybe a parasite on top of this space, but that's another day. But for now, it's good to see you all, and also whoever you are, lady.
Yeah. sorry, Notori, friend of Atticus's, I run, I'm charged with protecting, Temple of the Quiet Fire. We've had...
Notori, Cletus and I used to run pretty tight back in the day. A little bit of a rabble rouser.
Before I took over my duties at the temple.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Should I not be talking about that?
No,
she's always
please.
been on the straight and narrow, and
We both know that's not true, Atticus.
Right. I mean,
well,
cool. But
I'd also, I'm sorry, but I want to share something with you since you left. But hey, I don't even know what to call you. Do I call you Bert? Do I call you? I don't even know at this point.
Who would get to
just
make
as a
this
point of
check
order,
right now?
this space is small enough that there's no private conversations. This is like a 10-foot radius sphere.
Oh,
It can
no
only fit.
no privacy.
Yeah. It can fit the 9 of us, and we can rest here, and that is it.
Atticus. Oof. I think you've already made an Arcana check. I think the only person who hasn't made an Arcana check for this is Peren.
What are we
Vox,
talking about?
About like what's going on with Bert / Atlas. Vox had an insight to that a little bit, I think, during that session where you were like tied to your other self in the dreads, and you saw something in Bert / Atlas that reflected that.
Yeah, two souls, one body right now.
Yeah. Peren, you can go ahead and make me an Arcana check.
I wasn't there for that.
Oh, that's right. You weren't there for that either. Go ahead and you can give me an Arcana check too, because you left immediately after the after giving Bert the kiss.
20.
No way.
I only got 12.
Okay. Peren, a nat 20. Unraveling a mystery right now that would have taken a good
As
long
per usual,
time.
I'll re-roll it if you would rather take longer. Also, maybe Peren doesn't tell anyone.
No, okay. I guess this is up to you. It's probably, well, I'll let you decide. You look over at Bert. You weren't there, like immediately kind of been coming back onto this space, like Bert had changed back to the form of like the entering into this space, like the polymorph spell had worn off. But you look at Bert. The changes that Bert has gone through, obviously there's some kind of spell at work. Something is going on with Bert. Like, frogs don't just decide to be knights and then grow to 3 feet tall. And albeit Bert was speaking before, but something is going on. No one ever really bothered to look into, figure it out. It was just Bert was there, and you look at Bert. God, I'm even thinking of how you would unpack. Even on the nat 20, I don't think you can unpack the entire thing. You see a lot at work. You felt in the energy of the arcane energy of the space that you were in when the architect took those versions of Nyx, Vox, and Atticus and essentially absorbed them into his own being, creating this thing. This, I think, actually what you would know because you read through some of the journals while you were there too, an Erebus. when two souls inhabit one body. You look at Bert. You think about the changes almost emerging, and you think back, how long has it been Bert started to change in the Dreadspire? How long? Maybe a month, maybe almost 2 months now. You're not sure. You're trying to like make sense of the time. There's something at play here. Bert is an Erebus. Bert's body harbors two souls. One of that frog that you found in the Dreadspire. Another of someone else. And I think on that nat 20, you're also going to get the information that, you know, when you're flipping through Erebus Petrichor's works and you were like, oh, okay, this thing is called an Erebus when it's, you know, two souls in one body. That's the term for it. The amount of time that two souls can inhabit one body before becoming a whole thing altogether, like essentially like the consciousness of both disappearing and merging into something new entirely, it's not long. You most likely have about 3 months before the merging becomes permanent and irreversible. And what you're seeing right now is like the early stages of an Erebus where two souls are not necessarily even fighting, but not able to fully inhabit the same body at the same time.
All right. So why were you a little boy when you came in here, Bert?
I'm not sure. Dad,
Jesus.
I feel real confused. It's like I remember the meadow, and but now I remember you too, and Mom, and it's all a mess. It's a real mess, Atticus, and I don't know. I don't know what it all means.
Think we need to find an expert on souls, or like a, you know, I don't know, a librarian, somebody with some books about this shit. Because I think there's two souls in there.
I mean, there's lots of books. There's lots of books in Phoenix Manor, right?
Ooh. You just like open a door there? Is that how we get there now? Seems like time crunch, right?
I'm a little tired right now, so I don't know if I can open another door right this moment.
I just picture us all standing super close to each
everyone
other.
is so close right now.
Because we're a hill giant, and Atticus.
Fauna's just hugging Peren.
Yeah, I feel like we're all just in like leaning against each other.
Cletus has definitely taken the opportunity, if Fauna kind of like keyed into like that they were okay with it physically. Cletus has definitely taken the opportunity to also like be giving Fauna a hug, which means that Cletus is also giving Peren a hug too in this moment.
Shane.
I think Peren didn't notice at first, but at some point he's like, wait, what the fuck?
You see a third set of hands.
Just let it happen.
No, I can't do that. I don't know. This is new, all right? Let's not get too caught up on what I can or can't do. But, like, I don't know very many libraries, so I can't bring one to mind at the moment. Maybe later. I don't know.
I have a house with a library in it, but I have to be in the forest to summon it, so I don't know if that's helpful.
Yeah, forest or the desert.
Yeah, I know of, Phoenix Manor has a very huge library. I also know of, I believe, far north, Orasad has a pretty impressive library there at their academy.
Okay, that's two. So we should just ask as we go about any other, people who might be knowledgeable about this. I don't feel. Look, I caused a lot of problems by opening doors, so I don't really want to make a recurring instance of doing this every time we need to, like, go anywhere. All right, I just want to make that clear. Like, you guys are still gonna have to walk places.
So like you can't just
asking
open a door to a spa or like home.
I mean, I
I,
think we
I'm
should.
not even asking you to do that. I know the power. I know abusing powers all too well, and
God, but I mean, Atticus, it'd be real nice to be back in the hot springs right now.
Hot springs.
Yeah, can you even imagine? I mean,
That sounds
the
nice.
hot springs in Salasa. Oh, boy.
it's pretty.
We should go there.
Peren tries to picture the hot springs in Salasa.
Do we want to do this? Because you've got levels of exhaustion. I don't want that because this is such a big roll. I'm not going to let. I don't want exhaustion to affect because it shouldn't affect the things that you remember. Do we want to do this big roll now to determine the places that Peren knows?
I mean, no, because I don't think Peren can handle doing another door right now.
Another door right now?
Yeah, another door right now.
Well, to even know if you know the hot springs, though, we'd be doing because this roll is less to it's. This isn't the roll that you'll do every time you open a door. That's a different roll. This is just the roll to know what places does Peren remember from his lifetime.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Okay, we're doing it.
Greatest.
This will heavily affect. Just so everyone knows what's at stake, this will heavily affect the rest of the campaign because these are essentially places that Peren has the potential to then access with the doors. Again, and that's not like 100% guarantee every time because it's not how the spell teleport works. There's levels of how well you remember something, and then if you hit right on target or off target. But just knowing the places in general will make a huge impact on.
So we can fast travel?
Yeah, this is a fast travel unlock, except it's shitty and could kill us all.
Potentially. Okay, so Peren, you're just gonna roll a D100. I will tell you. Do you want me to tell you before the roll? Like, what? I'll tell you before the roll, just so you know what you're looking for. You're rolling a D100. The number that is in your tens digit, like, so say, for example, say you rolled a 52 on a D100. That would mean that in that initial slot, where the 5 is in the 52, there are 5 places that you know very well, and 2 places that you vaguely know. So just for like a level of like places that you can teleport. Obviously, you can also try and teleport to places that have been described to you and such, but the likelihood of hitting that and not getting thrown wildly off course is huge. But again, the other benefit of this is like you're opening a door to a place. So also, unlike this spell teleport, you can open the door to the place and be like, oh, we don't want to go through this fucking door right now, unless it's an emergency. So it's not like you're just catapulted into a mistake. But again, so you roll 52, that'd be 5 places that you know very well and 2 places that you know vaguely. If you can get over a 50 on the D100, some of those places are going to be in the South Green, which is going to give you access to the South Green, which will make a huge difference in the next sessions of the campaign, because it could definitely get you a lot closer to where you're trying to go, that at this point was still going to take you weeks of overland travel. If you can get over a 90 on the D100, it is also going to give you access to the Nightlands. It will mean that Peren remembers somewhere from the Nightlands, which would be such a far journey to get to, and would make a big difference like in the next arc of the campaign for sure. So go ahead and roll
I'm
that.
so nervous about
Go
this.
ahead and roll that big, beautiful D100.
Can I give him the help action by describing the hot springs and like just talking about like
Here's
oh,
here's
man,
what
like,
here's what I'll allow. Here's what I'll say. If Peren does get that roll over the 50 that gives him access to the South Green and Sol Asa, I'll say that one of those places can be the hot springs. That's the kind of help you can offer.
So, Sean, I think your beard keeps touching your mic and creating a little static sound.
Oh, is
So
that what
let's
that's
keep your beard
Oh, yeah.
away from the mic. Yeah.
That's what it is.
It's the crinkle. It's the.
I wasn't sure what it was.
It's
okay,
It's,
is that better?
it's the,
Mm-hmm.
shave it.
No.
It
never.
might-
I'd rather kill Bert right now.
Whoa.
This is a great time
Whoa.
to cast Firebolt, is when we're all inside of this little tiny contain. I rolled a 77.
Yay.
Oh my God. High numbers on both. That means there are 7 places that you
Noise.
know well, 7 places that you vaguely know.
So
Because
these are like anything that's in campaign that we've been to will be basically up to Peren's drunken time.
Yeah.
But this is a
Yep.
pre-campaign.
These are
locations.
pre-campaign locations. Here's what I'm going to say. 5 of those places that you know well are going to be outside of the South Green. You didn't roll high enough to access the Nightlands. So 5 of those places are going to be outside the South Green. 2 of those places that you know well are going to be in the South Green. In addition, 2 of those places that you vaguely know are in the South Green. And then 5 of those places that you vaguely know are outside of the South Green. Again,
I'm not
this is
gonna remember
also
all that, but I believe you.
yeah, this is not going to include places that we've already established that Peren. So like stuff that we've talked about with like Peren's other portions of Peren's life. This isn't going to include those places too. They're going to be brand new places. Those I don't have a chart set up for rolling for these locations. I think that a 77 is very high. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to decide a lot of these. But for the 2 places known and then the other 2 places vaguely known from the South Green, one of those already that you know well, Atticus and Cletus start talking about the hot springs. Peren, you remember back to visiting the hot springs in Sol Asa. I need to just take a quick peek at the map so I can remember the name of the city in Sol Asa that these hot springs are right outside of.
And will you check Discord real quick?
Yes.
Fauna's just still hugging Peren
Back
while all of
to
this
the
is
ri-
happening.
I feel like we're
It's
close
like-
enough that we're all kind of hugging each other.
Damn, Atticus, you really worked up a sweat during that, huh?
I'm so tired. I'm so tired. I do want to say this though. If what you're saying is true, Peren, then it's not only Bert, my squire in this body, but it's also my son, Atlas.
Wait, what?
And that's where we're going to just to cut in on Peren's face. No. Okay. Sorry, I'll just to say the places again, and then we can role play out the rest of that discussion about Bert / Atlas. Talnara is the name of the large city in Sol Asa. It's built in the bones of the Titan. The hot springs are just like a day's travel outside of Talnara, to the south actually. So, you would still be like, it's like a couple days travel from there to the House of Legrand, which is where, Cletus's family is. And then a few more days after that to get to Phoenix Manor. That cuts off a lot of your travel. Cuts about a third of it off from where you are right now. Um, with those other three, I mean, do you want to pull up the map right now, Perrin? And because 77 is pretty high, I'm going to let you decide what the other three are. In the
Let's
South
just pick
Green.
Forest. Yeah. Oh, in the South Green?
In the South Green, yeah. The 5 and 5 we'll go over later, but I think just because these ones are directly impactful
So I have
to like the rest of this arc right now in the campaign.
Telnara, and
The hot
place
springs
where
just out.
Cletus is from.
So it's not even Telnara; it's the hot springs right outside of it. You could pick
Okay.
Telnara, like the city, as one of your other places, but you've got one more place that you are very familiar with, and then 2 that you're vaguely familiar with.
One more that I'm familiar with, 2 that I'm vaguely. I don't know, just pick me some villages with nice pubs.
Okay, cool. I can do that. We're going to.
I mean, probably 1 in Sorghum, but I don't
Yeah.
think you should put me right in St. Florian. I don't want to cut off that much.
Let's say you've never. Okay, so you've never been down to St. Florian. There's going to be. Sorghum is large enough that there are several small, like, kind of like, we'll call them like sub villages outside Sorghum. And we'll say that you are intimately familiar with a tavern there. Or do you want to be vaguely familiar with that one?
Dealer's choice.
Okay.
The thing is, I don't know. Don't give me too much agency over this because I don't want to.
Okay.
I'm trying to pay 50% attention because I don't really want to min max these choices.
Okay, cool.
You know, something. I don't know. You know some
Here.
places.
Odds, you're intimately familiar with it. It's odds. It's a 5. So the other place that you're intimately familiar with is a small tavern outside the village of Sorghum. And then let's see. 2 more that you're vaguely familiar with in the South Green. I think we'll put it at the northern edges of the Unbroken Green, which is also called Atka'oth. So it would put you just past the House of Legrand. But again, you're not intimately familiar with that, so there's a larger risk of not being able to get there. Green. And then if we're staying away from St. Florian, then we're going to put it we're actually going to put it far to the west of the South Green. There's a little space in the crook of those rivers near the bottom.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah, there's a little forest there that we're going to be... Okay, cool. And we'll determine the other ones later. But these are a big deal because they will have a lot of impact on the rest of Arc 2.
Peren takes a rest and eventually wakes everyone up and he's like, all right, let's go do a spa day. You fucking fucks.
I don't know. That makes me want to do it less now.
I was
all
starting to
excited.
feel
Just the way you said spa, just I don't.
fuck it. Spa sounds great though. No, don't.
But and while everyone is giving up their, like, everyone decides they don't really want to do it, Peren opens a door out of nowhere and there's like a glorious oasis.
Well,
fine,
here's the
you guys
thing.
stay.
You're
House
very,
around here?
even, it's a place you're very familiar with, but unless you have an associated object from the spot or there's a permanent circle set up, which there isn't, you still have to do that D100 roll. So go ahead as you try to open the door to your spa day.
Going to
do it.
drop us in the hot springs. Just
We're all just arguing about whether or not to go. Karen's just trying to open the door. We didn't
I
hear
rolled just a
that.
1. I just rolled a 1.
You rolled a 1 on a D100?
I have no camera angle on this, but yeah, 00 and a 1.
Give me a perception check.
Wait, but also that could be 100.
No,
it's
'cause-
1 and then 2 zeros.
It's
Oh.
Yeah, it goes for 0, double
Yeah.
0 is a 0, and then it goes up to
yeah.
99 and 1 or 9.
So when you
90 and
roll the
9.
double 0, then if you also roll a 0, then you get 100, or you
This
can
is
roll
what we
very
get peer
poorly
pressure
and get a
friend.
1.
Yeah.
and then being upset about it.
I rolled a
I still
17
don't
on
understand.
perception.
A 17 on perception. Atticus, you can go ahead and roll a perception check too.
Can I get back through the
Cletus?
door? That if I came from the House of Dusk through the door to get here, can I go back through the door
15.
and get back to the House of Dusk?
No, that doorway is gone after it's shut.
Well,
So I'm actually going to flavor that you're not making door, like the one door that's in here is the door that, because Peren, a door you can change a door. So the door that was in here is the one, now that you're out of the hut and you've done your rest, is the one you're opening. Peren, you said you got a 17. Atticus, what did you get on your perception check?
15.
This spa looks great. It's been a long time since you've been there, Atticus, but Cletus looks at you excited and is just gonna like go straight through. It's like, this greenish bluish tile, beautiful water. Steam is coming up, so it's kind of hard to see into the space, but this opens right into the spa. Cletus is like,
Wait,
God damn, this
Cletus,
looks
is
great,
this
and
the-
is just going to absolutely run through and just like cannonballs into the springs.
Wait, how did I succeed? What do you mean?
it's probably not the spa that we think we're going to. It's some other random
Oh
place,
no, it's
so.
you rolled great. It's definitely the spa.
Oh no.
that's scary.
Yes.
I'm gonna go.
I
I'm
don't like the way you
uh,
said that.
But none of
I
us
think
know
you know
that
how to
I
swim,
rolled
but I-
poorly.
I don't think I taught Atlas how to swim.
Bert's
let's see
Bert's
what
running
you make
through.
of it.
Bert's running through after Cletus. Hot damn! And goes diving in.
Everything seems in order. Let's go.
Bucket Vox dives.
Cool.
Atticus just walks in. His demeanor's changed to like parenthood, where he's like, now, Bert, you remember there's front stroke, backstroke, breaststroke, butterfly stroke.
The frog
Atticus,
kick.
Let's see.
Don't say breast to your child.
You all head into the spa. Vox, as you dive in, give me a perception check.
Are we all just jumping in with our clothes on?
Yeah, Nyx is not. Nyx is walking in along the edge if they can,
Cool,
and
yeah.
is going to strategize. Yeah, last time they got wet in their armor and had scarf
Yeah.
and hood and all of that, it did not
It's not
work
great.
out well.
Vox, what's your
17?
17? Cool. On a 17, Vox, these springs feel amazing. Immediately, I mean, I guess long rest too, so exhaustion is gone. But like,
I didn't have exhaustion.
and you didn't
Let's
even have
go.
exhaustion, but you are like, your muscles are just singing. This is amazing. You've never been to hot springs like this before. You look around,
I've never been to a hot spring.
it's a little bit smaller than you would have thought as you look around in the space. It doesn't seem like you catch through the fog, like you look out the window and you see a lake and you're on a tiny island. It's weird because you thought Solasaw was hills. And as you look slowly over to your right, you see a shape in the fog.
Oh,
And you just hear a voice say, "What the fuck are you all doing in my hot tub?" And that's where we're going to end the session.
Oh no. Well, I knew
Is
it.
that
I
Vlad
fucking
the
knew
Builder?
it.
Thanks everyone. Thanks everyone for watching. We'll be back next week with more.
This guy
Castle
thinks he's so cool because he owns a hot.
Bye.